idea was to hold a series of conversations about information warfare. So how to attempting to understand how misinformation, disinformation, neg-information, malinformation, all these different terms for the way that information is manipulated can be used for purpose or used irresponsibly or by accident, can disrupt one's notion of reality. So last week, we actually delved back into the philosophical epistemological debates surrounding this, and we had a broader discussion about the epistemological crisis. Today, based on a conversation that we had this Saturday regarding cyber warfare, we decided to go into deepfakes and the role of AI, and specifically deepfake technology, in kind of furthering this divergence of the truth. Sorry about that. I had a flurry of messages come in. So this conversation is in part setting the stage for a discussion tomorrow night, where Ann Ravel, who is a former FEC or member of the Federal Election Commission, she was responsible for certifying elections in California in 2016. She was the target of a number of information warfare and misinformation attacks about her role in the election, and she's also served as an international election monitor in Brazil and elsewhere. So specifically during the Bolsonaro election in Brazil. Joining Ann tomorrow will be Marcel Peregrino, who is an attorney, Brazilian attorney, and also an election monitor in Brazil, and then also for Latin America. So he will be traveling to El Salvador this June to address or to monitor the elections there. Important note is that already we're seeing the kind of misinformation and disinformation surrounding the election in El Salvador that we've seen in other recent democratic elections. And so we're having this conversation tonight in part to further our conversation from Saturday about the ways in which advances in technology can be used to manipulate the democratic process and to manipulate the nature of reality and to shape specific political objectives. And then we're kind of setting the conditions for that talk tomorrow, where Ann and Marcel are going to discuss the functional effect of these technologies on the ability of societies to have a functioning democracy. So with that context, we'll go ahead and get started. We got an awesome group of people up here today. We got Anton Alexander at Blue Ridge AI. He runs the what is it? The Math, Entertainment, Science, AI Club.
Long name, but yeah, Science, Tech, Math, AR, VR, GPU. I was one of the early guys on the app, so I requested my club, and it was like all the things I was interested in, so I just listed them all.
Anton definitely figured out how to hack the algorithm, just get every useful name into his title. But awesome to have you here, Anton, and always great to be in your talks. We've got Nathan Staffel, former FBI agent. He writes and comments on issues of information and disinformation rather frequently, and we're working on a future talk on radicalization and de-radicalization. Nathan's also the author of one of my favorite tweets in the last month, which is that radicalization is scalable and de-radicalization is not. So, Nathan, if you want to introduce yourself really briefly, please go ahead.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I guess maybe the best thing I ever written was like less than 140 characters there. So, I spent a little over a decade in the FBI and national security, mostly in CT. And also helped build and launch the FBI's case management system, and left at the same time, that obviously disinformation was becoming a huge problem and on the FBI's radar, at the same time that some of the tools in our toolbox weren't equipped for the fight. Now I work at a machine intelligence startup called Primer AI, and this is actually disinformation is one of the things we're working on with the Pentagon as well. So happy to jump in this conversation.
Awesome. And then I'll speed through the next line of folks that we got here. We've got Shovik Benjari. He created Aberpoint and frequently comes in to join these conversations with us to discuss and present his views on how to improve our control or understanding of information. We got Sinead Bovell, UN speaker and futurist. Great to have you, Sinead. I think you joined this conversation maybe earlier, either last week of February or first week of March. But great perspectives and glad to have you on stage. And then Dana is a former Marine and infosec guru, cybersecurity guru. He runs another awesome club here on Clubhouse. And we always are happy to have him in the red line for his perspective. So Dana, great to have you. And I know we are consistently holding these rooms at the worst possible time for you, so we appreciate you dialing in during dinner. Then Asif, welcome up, and I'm going to pull up Michael and Christine as well. For those of you who regularly join our conversation, or for those of you who have a background in the space and want to contribute, feel free to raise your hand. This is a kind of an open discussion. So I'll be throwing out some ideas. The folks on stage will be kind of interacting with those. So feel free to join in the discourse. I'll note also that on the 1st of May, so about 1 month from today, we're going to run a hackathon on information warfare. So it's going to be a countering information warfare hackathon on the 1st of May. In the lead up to that, we'll have a series. Our conversations on Tuesdays will kind of lead us towards framing that particular problem, or framing the problems that we're going to be solving, and then we'll on the first, that Saturday, we'll have about a 12-hour open room. We've got a licensed planning software that will accompany, that will stand on the side, so that everyone can kind of collaborate, frame the problem, understand the environment, to define kind of the capability gaps, and then figure out what are some concrete solutions, whether those are policy or commercial, to address the information apocalypse that we're looking at, and some concrete steps that can be taken. So the last, by that point, 20 weeks of discussion, we'll finally convene folks to create deliverables on that, so that we have something coming away from these from all the brain power and brain cycles that we spend on Clubhouse, that we can leverage and move forward and take off platform to hopefully drive some positive change. So with that, I will throw out an initial question, or an initial focus point to the group. So I think some of us have been monitoring quite closely the events in Myanmar, and one of the alarming kind of aspects of that particular event is, and really with really any coup, is an effort to distort reality. It's an effort to disrupt particularly military coups are an effort to paint one or the other side as the perpetrators of some sort of crime, and that the coup makers are in fact liberators. And certainly that narrative has been pushed by the Burmese junta, who has, through a kind of brutal campaign of crackdowns, taken control of the country. Accompanying this, we're also seeing rather sophisticated information warfare efforts on the part of the Burmese government and their allies, but also on the opposite side of the fight. So folks and activists employing tools to disrupt the information or narratives that the other side is putting out. And in some narrow cases, this has included deepfakes. Some rudimentary deepfakes, so just a swapped audio on a YouTube video, and some more sophisticated, where there does appear to have been some sort of AI manufactured deepfake deep fake statements by purportedly by activists. But again, that's the nature of kind of information warfare, is it creates a gray fog that is difficult to discern the truth. And so as we see these things unfold, we see these weapons employed in society and in specific examples. What should we be looking at, or what tools do we have available right now to discern the truth? When we see a video of Tom Cruise doing magic on TikTok, and someone says that it's false, like what tools are available to us right now, and this to the more technical folks or to folks with law enforcement background, where's the first place we should go to verify our information, or does that even exist?
Yeah, I don't think for the regular civilian, there's things for them to really do to verify a really good generated deep fake. I think more expert has to do that. They're getting really good now, but once again, deep fakes is done by, again, generated adversarial network with a discriminator and different components. So once again, it's a cat and mouse game. So it's one thing trying to generate a fake and fool the other, and the other trying to guess the fake. So that same system can be used to guess if it's fake or not, right? So it's a cat and mouse game. So if you know how to tweak that system, you can pass the deep fake through it, and you can see if it tells you if it's a fake or not, depending on how good the model is. But once again, that requires some technical skill. Then there's other techniques that people do where they look at the pupil or they look at shadows. There's a bunch of techniques that have been proposed. I seen one to look at the eye, the retina, and the different characteristics of the eye to tell the deep fake, from my understanding, in terms of generated pictures or movies, not voice.
I mean, if I may speak on this a little bit. So we've been doing a little bit of research on like proven techniques to investigate things like deepfake, especially around the videos, right? First of all, there's no standardized method, right? But one thing that we have tried and had success, like 1 out of 4 times we kind of have success with it, is you actually strip the audio of the video. Like, so you have the video, and you have it like by frame, and you have the audio along with the video frame by frame. You try to listen to it for distortions, and you can actually have you can monitor for differences in sound. You try to see if that matches up with sort of what is being said. It is extremely difficult. It doesn't really work. It's not court attested, right? So it's not admissible in court or anything like that. But again, as Anton was saying, like it's there is no really real way to really do it right now. We're still developing the methods. That's why it's so dangerous, right? Because like what we see right now with deep fakes is like the periphery, right? It's gonna get more advanced, just the same way that like criminals on the web get more advanced and things like that. So it's just
Is
gonna
it
get more and
possible
more
also
advanced.
to do degrees of confidence on deepfakes or on digital media in general?
Yeah. Wait, I'm sorry. Are you asking me like, is it possible to? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that question?
Well, you were saying how you guys sort of have done some research on it, and you developed this technique of going sort of frame by frame with the audio and the video, and I assume that gives you some sort of confidence value from that particular file or digital.
It does. So we essentially match, because so what essentially happens in at least like the ones that we have come across, right? So like I've come across in my career now, it's very new, like maybe 3 big ones that I actively hands-on had to do it. 2 of them, it was really difficult, nothing. The one that we were actually able to match up, right? So we had confidence, right? So whereas we have like if anyone here is familiar with like in computer forensics, right? So we essentially did video forensics along with computer forensics. So we took these sound bites and these video, like the play-by-play frames of the videos, right? And we actually not hashed, but we found like a unique identifier for every single one of them, and we try to match that up with the sound bites as well. So doing that sort of matching in terms of confidence, there are particular files that you just know go together, right? Because they just match up, like they have a one-to-one match. But there are other files where, like, you don't really know, right? So the degree of confidence where we can say, like in a 20-minute video, right, for example, right, we can say that, okay, 3 or 4 minutes is definitely a one-to-one match. This is them saying this, but we essentially ascribe like a percentage of like, okay, this frame is this percent. That's how sure we are and things like that. But like, to be honest, like as I'm talking about and going into detail about it, is still extremely difficult, right? Like I can't definitively say that, using this method, I can come out and tell you that this particular this particular sample is a deep fake or not, right? So like, yes, the confidence is there in a very sort of, when you get like very modular down to the nitty gritty, there's you can have confidence on what particular frame in comparison with another one, but just overall that confidence is, I wouldn't bet my life on it, to be honest.
There's another.
I was just going to jump in there and say big tech is actively also trying to tackle this problem. Microsoft has released an authenticator tool. There's one that's more front facing to the public, and then they work with government on other ones. It becomes extremely challenging when it's a synthetic audio only. With the deep fake visual and audio, at least you can do some of the methodology that was just described of separating the audio from the video component and going frame by frame. Synthetic audio only becomes a lot more challenging. But again, as the technology continues to advance, we're going to be playing catch up with it. And I don't really think being able to spot them is a long-term strategy.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm sorry, Anton, go ahead.
So the IEEE, there was a paper that was submitted a couple months ago from the University of Buffalo. And mind you, Kaggle already paid out $1 million in trying to find deep fakes, and probably like $10 million have been paid in talent challenges. And there's a multi-billion-dollar government initiative, several contract vehicles in regards to this. Nonetheless, the IEEE, there's research from the University of Buffalo. I read it like a couple weeks ago, that proposed they had a technique, once again with the cornea, doing mapping of that and basically tracking blink rate as opposed to other things. And they actually have an open front-facing things for civilian use. It's called Deepfake-o-meter. You can find it. There's several papers on it. MIT hosts one, and University of Buffalo hosts one because they were the first ones to do it. It's probably the most accurate one in terms of like research that I've seen. And as far like IEEE like research has been published, you could check it out. You can just type in deepfake -o-meter, and the paper's up there. So, and they claim to have the most accurate way of detecting a deep fake and the proposed method was analyzing the eye, the cornea, and basically tracking the blink rate. And they basically come up with a metrics, I think, that Dana acts to basically give you a confidence rate. So they describe it in there, and you can see the math behind it. So that's the one I think is like probably the best one out right now. But once again, it's ever changing, that thing. I don't think, it's once again a cat and mouse game. I know the technology and even the voice tech is even getting better. Like WaveNet and NVIDIA's like technology is pretty advanced as well. NVIDIA, like 2 months ago, they released something called the ADA, Adaptive Discriminator Augmentation. And what it allows you to do with a GAN, it allows you to train this GAN in less than like 1,500 images versus like 10,000, 15,000, 100,000. That was pretty much like a breakthrough technology in this space. So just to give you how fast it's moving, and you gotta basically a tenth of the data that was required previously to train a highly effective and accurate GAN.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that on that matter. So I don't know, I didn't read the full IEEE paper, but I did come across a company called Deep Trace, where like what they do just is in terms of video, right? They haven't done anything with sound just yet, but in terms of video, what they will do is they will monitor. They actually monitor sort of like everything, just the way that the subject is talking, facial sort of like movements and things like that, and they ascribe a percentage on it, and they'll say that this is like 40% fake or 40% real or whatever the case is. That's what I know so far with them. I know that they are working in collaboration with the government, and some like commercial companies out there also have some things with them. But like their test subjects were like porn, because right now you have like a lot of like fake porn, deep fake like porn with like celebrities and things like that are being used for like revenge porn or whatever the case is. So they tested on that, and I think the last study that they did, or like the last sort of like demo that they showed, they did a video of, I forgot his name. What's the guy who played Ant-Man? Like there's like a fake video of him, and then they were able to detect sort of like
Paul Rudd.
what was, yeah, it was able to detect what's fake. But I'll put like some information in my profile of that website if anyone wants to sort of read up on it.
Yeah, I just want to add, we're talking about companies. There's a company called TruePic that we've come across at Aberpoint, and they're employing this mix of techniques that that have been mentioned. I think there's two other techniques worth checking out. So one is that they when you take a picture or a video, they'll send their client will be, let's say, a insurance company. The insurance company will send a customer who's filing a claim a link, and when they take the picture, the customer their image capture and video capture software will create some data, some metadata, send it to a blockchain for independent verifiability, send it to TruePic. TruePic then now has a record of it, and now anyone can independently verify the metadata. So it's very hard to manipulate the metadata. And I think the broader interesting thing that they've figured out is if you can get the consumer of the content and the producer of the content to both agree on verifiability standards, that at least in commerce, that's working pretty well where interests are aligned. And I think where they hope to go is at some point the news reader, the news viewer is like, okay, I'm only going to consume videos that have some kind of verification built in before it even loads on my phone.
Yeah, I think it's promising on the commercial side of things. I think there's not a lot more clarity, but I think that there's more of a path there, and there's a potential for mutual understanding and all players to come to the table for the economic best interest, and so consumers can continue to enjoy creative content. It gets a little bit more blurry when it's like a state-sponsored deep fake. That becomes, I think, a little bit more challenging, especially when you take that to a global landscape.
I tweeted both the links to the research paper, and I tweeted the link. There's an open source basically tool that you can where you can use to detect a deep fake. And that one, to me, based on my research, is probably the best one. So it's on my Twitter if you want to check it out. The tool and the research paper behind the tool.
Hey, thanks, Anton. Is there like a high-level synopsis you want to reference real quick? It'd be awesome.
Oh, in regards to the tool, that method.
Sure.
What they propose is basically looking at the retina of the person and basically calculating the blink count and things like that. To basically, they said the retina is very unique to a human being just in general, right? And very it's small and like blinking and things like that. It's easier to detect some anomaly in regards to a continuous video with blinking and eye patterns. So they target that to determine the validity of the video or with continuous videos or even an image. So both image and video, it can be used. So and they explain that technique within the paper, and then from creating a mathematical structure and then looking at the eye, and then with continuous video frames by basically looking at the blink and the eye, one can basically come up with a score or an assessment of how valid the video is.
That's great. yeah, these micro expressions, like you said, like the fluidity or like the confidence that might be a little difficult to detect. I mean, depending on resolution or just like, you know, as a person, would that makes a lot of sense. And there are a number of like potential tells. It's interesting to think in the capacity of everything, especially once we go down the path of voice generation, or extemporaneous voice generation, what that could look like potentially on Clubhouse. But I think anything long form is always going to, whether it's long form video, audio, or computer generated text, it's going to have a larger attack surface and greater potential, for a larger surface area to scrutinize. But yeah, for now, it's, I think that, it'd be interesting is if we apply this into like Instagram and what percentage or to what degree people have used filters and third-party tools to enhance and curate. And I know a lot of people are ducking for cover right now, but I would love to see the use for that.
Chase, you bring up a really good point that the longer a video is, or the longer a piece of deepfake media is, the greater the attack surface. And I think that there's an interesting kind of nexus of trends. One, the increasing viability of deepfake technology, but then two, the lessening of, or the shortening of sound bites, right? So rather than sitting through an entire interview or watching an entire speech, it's just whatever the most dramatic soundbite is from a Donald Trump rally, or whatever the most the most incensing thing is from that a politician says. That becomes the point that cycles on the news. That's what the CNN ticker blurb gets drawn from. But the greater more detailed, longer portion that's often ignored. And I think that so it's not just the deepfake technology presents an opportunity to distort reality. It's that the kind of the content that we use to determine or to assess our reality or to assess information has become so short that it is easier to manipulate by deepfake.
Absolutely. And something else to expound on here is like the feedback kind of cycle that hopefully from a policy perspective it could encourage, which is more long form content, parties kind of explaining themselves or taking greater pains just out of necessity, because they know by default, especially if something's recorded kind of out of context, it would be easier to distort. So longer form credibility in every capacity. And I'd love to hear everyone else's thoughts on this. Obviously, everyone's going to have such a unique perspective and a lot to discuss.
Yeah, this is Nathan here. That's exactly right, Chase. Part of this, like the viral nature of social media has conditioned us to react to news before processing it, which is actually the perfect environment for disinformation, because disinformation has the same linguistic markers as viral news. Even if viral news is true, that like disinformation is very easy to come in and hijack that. Memes are particularly effective with that as well. Look, when I look at this, I sort of see three issues, or like a three-pronged framework, because I'm prior government, so we do everything in threes. But we have to start deploying these machine learning tools to detect disinformation at a much higher rate. So all these research that's we've been talking about, there are like a lot of great companies who can quickly prototype these and productize these solutions as part of a inoculation campaign. Companies and the government are far too slow right now at adopting technologies, and there's very few, and they're mostly the big government or big Fortune 50 companies who have more skin in the game with disinformation. They're the only ones that really seem to be taking this seriously right now. So deepfakes, for example, get a head start on this because there's no barrier to entry. But the vaccine, so to speak, for the disinformation has to go through a pipeline of bureaucracy. So it's not as if the good guys don't have the talent. They do. It's just there's more barriers to entry to get your tools out there. Secondly, counter disinformation has to be approached as an ecosystem. There's a lot of people, torpedoing ideas because they're not a silver bullet, and that's frankly the wrong approach. This is going to take a number of tools deployed at scale to generate herd immunity, so to speak. So, we need to make sure we're talking about those solutions. Narrow AI applications in this space are very good. And we need to not get hung up on trying to find the panacea. So deploy pragmatic narrow AI at scale. And then we have to develop literacy for information in motion. Some of us saw this or talked about this, but Twitter now has a feature that warns a user they're about to retweet an article before reading it. And that's just indicative of how much our relationship with information has devolved. So as I was saying, we're reacting before we actually process. So even little things like that, Twitter's little pop-up warning, while not, again, a silver bullet, it is one of those useful little tools that help people slow down before they start reacting to information. So that's the framework. I think for me, the main takeaway is the ecosystem, right? Disinformation lives in our information ecosystem, and the adversaries are very creative at deploying anything and not trying to come up with the perfect solution. And I think we need to apply the same approach and start deploying tools at a much greater rate. This is Nathan. I'm done speaking.
Nathan, that's really great, and especially regarding the warning feature for retweeting something that hasn't been read, and just basically retweeting a snippet or the most raucous headline. Like Hacker News, for example, has always discounted upvotes if you haven't clicked on the link first. And it's just simple things like that can be material. But I see some really new people, some really interesting additions. Dexter, Wayne, Mary Catherine, Andrew, welcome. And to anyone else who hasn't spoken, I was a few minutes behind joining, so feel free to join in.
Hey, I'm happy to join in. This is Wayne speaking. So I've been involved in a number of different ways dealing with this issue. I've been involved with a group called Braver Angels. We're trying to form a national policy on how to deal with the Info-pocalypse, which I think is the correct term. And it's a national organization of blues and reds. So this is not an ideological prism through which we're looking at this. We're trying to find a way to get consistent and reliable information. First of all, I do not think we all have to have a shared view of reality to work together as a society. I know that sounds counterintuitive. So if you give me a second, I'll try to give myself enough rope to hang myself. We already live in a world where we have differing views of reality. For example, on the issue of abortion, is life begin at conception, or does it begin at viability? People disagree about that very passionately, and yet they're able to live together in a civil society for the most part. So I first don't think that deepfakes have to be. I don't believe deepfakes will be able to be identified and eliminated from our info system, at least not in a fast enough way to make a difference. An example I'd give that happened just the last couple of days deals with the Suez Canal. And we've all seen the drama of the big cargo carrier that blocked up the canal. a fake that came out quickly before it was finally released, or around the time it actually got released, showed a big triangle of containers on the shoreline and said, "Why don't you just empty the boat?" Glad they thought of that. When in reality, the boat was not emptied; it was moved around. So the fact was true; they had cleared the canal, but the photo was photoshopped. I would imagine. I'm not a tech expert, but it's an example of how quickly this information ecosystem evolves and how difficult it is to stop it. Where a true underlying fact was overlaid with a false fact. In other words, taking the containers off the ship. Was it a meme? Was it a joke? Trust me, millions of people sent it around. That shortened communication feedback loop, the process with which this information is sent out, I don't think it can be stopped. I appreciate the call to technology. If there's something technology can do, I want to see it. But I believe the only way it's going to stop is if enough people with real-time interactions will acknowledge what they found, correct their errors, or otherwise try to eliminate it. As a final thought, I do a lot of writing for the San Quentin News. I post a lot of things on Medium, and I do the antithesis of clickbait. I write a story. It'll have a title, it'll have a kicker above the title, and it'll have a subtitle below it. And I try to pack as much information in those three things as humanly possible that are related to the article, because I think clickbait is the worst example of this. And I think there's a way to inoculate us from it, and that's to use the same format to actually convey real information rather than fake. Anyway, those are my thoughts. This is Wayne, and I'm done speaking.
I definitely like to endorse Nathan's point about a multiplicity of approaches to this, and yes, no hope that there will be one system to rule them all. Any such system would be worked around very quickly. Any monolith is a knowable entity. Its architecture can be triangulated and mapped, and so yes, a plethora of threats and progenitors of misinformation requires a symmetrical response, which will be, I think, requiring of a similar plethora. I think, the term apocalypse here, whereas it's so overused, like the term gate, but it's as in Watergate or whatever gate. But yeah, it's truly deserving here when you think about just at the basic level of how it is that human beings came to aggregate into coherent social wholes, social societies. They're built around trust, and even in evolutionary terms, our ability to do all the extraordinarily sophisticated things that we do socially depend on our ability to ascribe precision to information, even the most basic of information. Unlike any other animal that we know of, we have an immense ability to control the precision of our communication. Our exquisite control over breath and voice is how we were able to communicate with each other through noise and at night and in forests and jungles and so on. And losing that precision, I think few people appreciate just how intrinsic that is to human cooperation, and no longer being able to appropriately assign precision to information is not only a huge progenitor of uncertainty and stress, but it's a reciprocal progenitor of false narratives. When humans find themselves in situations of chaos and uncertainty, it is in our nature to mint explanations, to try and come up with explanations which make sense. And so that very loss of precision begets more disinformation as we kind of scramble to make sense of sparse and incoherent information. So I know no one needed me to come to the room and say just how terrible this info-pocalypse is, and it's even worse. But that's I had something positive to say after this, but I just want to say I'm glad this topic's been open, because apocalypse it truly is.
Thank you, Deck. Oh, go ahead, Anton.
No, I was gonna say, like, I really value Dexter's opinion. I met him the other day. He's slowly becoming one of my favorite people. And also something I wanted to bring up, and I think one of the most deadly uses of misinformation that I seen monitoring some stuff was the bots during the election. If you go on Trump and Biden's like comments and just like they're more than 50% of their likes and their traffic and comments and everything were bots. They were shitty bots at that point, but when those bots came into fruition till now those bots are really, really advanced with GPT-3 and generated images using GANs and speed and the text that they type. So those shitty bots that were used for the last like 5 years now have become like super high tech. They basically went super saiyan on us. And now they have like this thing called natural human pattern, and different ways that the bots using AI can fool even like the fool of humans, and replicate a human pattern so you wouldn't even know. And like people that are trying to spread misinformation, even on Clubhouse right now, they're embedding these things in, and they're seasoning them or aging them, so that they look real, and the images look relatively real. The bios on Instagram, Twitter. So for people like likes, comments, these things mean a lot to them. It was so important even on the election. The biggest fight was on Twitter and Instagram, like likes and comments, like, and that was one of the biggest uses of misinformation. Now with this technology, like voice technology, text generation technology, GANs, like the ADA from NVIDIA, one of the biggest breakthroughs in this technology, just came out about a month ago, right? And GPT-3 and um, all these things. So you think about the previous use case where some guy had to manually generate something using a text generator. Now he can just go into GPT-3 and he can get text, and then he can get an image, and then this thing could, you no longer have to write an algorithm for the pattern of the thing. You can basically, it knows a human's pattern now. So just think about that. Sorry. I don't know how many of you like looked on, check these things out, but it was a huge tactic that was used on both sides. They were both fighting that. Both Trump and Biden.
Anton, you bring up a great point there that these tools are tailored to individuals, and that as because when we talk about AI, so we talk in part about if we talk about AI and deepfakes. Oftentimes, we're talking about the ability of AI algorithms to improve the quality of that deepfake, right? To make the voice to be able to apply the voice and words that the creator wants, to make that image look more like the subject, behave more like the subject, and based on video and training. But the other important point of this that you bring out in your comments is that so AI and ML are being employed to make the deepfakes themselves of higher quality, but those same tools and the same base software, GPT-3, can be used to model or create more sophisticated models about audience behavior. And using those feedback loops to determine when is the best time to serve somebody with a deepfake for impact, when is the best, who is the most receptive, who is likely to just watch 30 seconds and make an opinion and retweet it, versus who is going to need a more sophisticated vector of attack. And increasingly, these sorts of analyses don't need to be undertaken by human beings, or even kind of quote unquote dumb analytics. As you build more sophisticated algorithms that can scrape through someone's social media history, their behavior, their broad behavior online, so how they interact with all manner of information, you can kind of start to vector and target the manner and type of deepfake that you serve to somebody in order to achieve the desired.
Yeah, hey, this is Pete, and I wanted to identify kind of one thing that Anton, I think you and George are both referring to, which is just the accelerating pace of the technologies that are being used, and how it requires someone who's looking to combat these approaches to update their approaches at the same time. And there's a company that I've advised in the past called FakeNet.ai. They are a deepfake detection company out of Berkeley. Some master students in computer vision there at Berkeley created this. And one thing that I think is important, this reference to the IEEE article about the blink rate in retinas was referenced earlier, and just kind of keeping in mind that there are a lot of organizations that are creating technologies to make deepfakes more realistic for completely benign purposes or purposes that are of interest to society kind of more broadly. And these are the companies like Industrial Light and Magic, and not necessarily themselves, but that's a type of VFX company that a lot of us are familiar with. And so there's a lot of value in being able to create high quality renderings of people at low cost and at scale to those of us who consume entertainment and want to consume more of it, higher quality entertainment and so on. There are others who are obviously creating this content or creating these technologies for nefarious purposes. And anytime, there's definitely a balancing act between sharing the information that's necessary for organizations who are creating models to identify these fakes, and then simultaneously sharing it with the people who are then going to use that information to create a more convincing deepfake. Because someone like FakeNet.ai, for example, would need to be able to reference this model that's described in the IEEE document in order to update their models so as to be able to effectively identify deepfakes beyond the envelope of what they're currently able to. But the second that's published, someone else is going to be using that to identify then how they can use that to spoof that model and create more convincing deepfakes. And one thing that I think is necessary is a collaboration across across the companies, the entertainment companies, the other companies that are developing these tools, and those who are developing against it. And I think it's for self-preservation. I was having a conversation when I was working in venture capital at Warner Media, and I was having a conversation with a team that had developed a very convincing automation technology that would allow you to basically change the way that somebody's body was moving based on just having a small amount of video of their body moving generally, and then another test subject. And I told them, I was like, look, this is really interesting stuff. I look forward to seeing your congressional hearing because it's only a matter of time before this is going to be used, to affect something, an election or what have you. And so for a lot of the companies and a lot of the enthusiasts who are developing tools to make deepfakes more convincing or to make automation more convincing, to partner with those companies who are interested in creating deepfakes so that in detecting deepfakes, so that the ability for the latter company to update their models effectively, like as quickly as the pace of the market moves, is going to be necessary. And when you think about what that means kind of at scale, it's going to require effectively a central repository where as you are developing new tools and techniques for automation, then you are describing your models in a place that's available for those who are looking to combat it. And if you are, anyone who's developed a quote unquote secret sauce understands some of the conflict that's involved there, because if you develop something that's that much more convincing than the next guy, you don't want that technology to be out there. But at the same time, you don't want your creation to become Frankenstein's monster and to take over things. And so there definitely is, and this is a topic that I've a dynamic where there's a lot more money to be made in selling the tool that fakes reality than there is to be made in selling the tool that doesn't. How much money is each of us willing to go out of pocket each month to know that the video that we're looking at isn't a deep fake? That number might change over time as this becomes more more ubiquitous, but as of right now, the willingness to pay is kind of like asking somebody like, how much are you willing to pay to breathe fresh air, or how much you're willing to pay each month to have clean water. And so there definitely is going to need to be, government funding for this, because otherwise and there's going to need to be some government regulations around if you are developing tools to that effectively make reality harder to discern, then there's
Hey, thanks, Pete. So
some measure of sticks and carrots to participate in a knowledge exchange program. Sorry.
Thanks. No, it's okay. Thanks so much, Pete. This is really great, and we'll let you jump back in. I expanded the panel a little bit, so I think we're gonna switch to try to fire through some really interesting perspectives. We'll keep it like under 30 seconds for the next little while. Not picking on you, like we've all been kind of whatever, but we expanded the panel to like over 20 people. So Billiana, welcome. I have so many questions for you. Some other people I know less well. Shotzi, Raymond, looks like you're working on some really interesting stuff. And Mary Catherine, I'm not sure if you wanted to jump in, but I know you haven't gotten a chance to speak yet. So welcome. And then regardless of who jumps in next, Billiana, we will circle back to how this can be used to exploit both foreign policy, escalate conflict cycles, and what that might look like from your perspective. So welcome all, and we'll keep it a little punchier so we can keep the dialogue back and forth.
Chase,
Guys,
can I hop on? Oh,
go ahead, Elizabeth.
Oh yeah, of course.
Actually,
Sorry.
I just had a quick follow up to Pete because I absolutely agree with much of what he had been saying, and also what Anton had pointed out of trying to peg exactly what's a deep fake, because actually I am working for one of those companies that's trying to trick you into seeing what's beyond reality. And one of the other things I wanted to point out, because actually the reason I hopped on this panel for now, there are some people doing that not only in terms of industrial light and magic for entertainment purposes, but doing that for documentary purposes, to anonymize participants in documentaries. And probably the best example that I've seen of that is Teos Media did that. It's Ryan Laney and Johnny Hahn, and they did it for the film Welcome to Chechnya, which was shortlisted for an Oscar. It didn't get on the finalist list, but it's a really phenomenal film. Hard material, but you can watch it and you can see how much more effective it makes a documentary when you can engage with the characters on a really human, personal level, and their identities are completely protected, both their audio and visual identity. So it's definitely interesting. I'd love to explore that topic of, how are the people who are doing this for entertainment or doing this for protection purposes for documentarians, how we can also then assist in building those tools to make it clearer and more detectable.
Wow, a lot to unpack there, Elizabeth. Full of surprises. Feel free to expound, or someone else jump in if you have questions. Raymond, love to hear your perspective, or anyone else, but welcome.
I'd love to share something. If you PTR, you will see in my profile picture is a bunch of fakes that actually happen on this platform. And I think it might have been in one of the rooms that I think Anton and Andrew and I frequent. It is a bunch. I remember the room. I forget. Oh, I know what it was about. Actually, it was about digital twinning in manufacturing. And ironically, the room went from 300 jumped to something like 600 or 800. And I generally don't keep track of the number, but somebody said, wow, the room just went crazy. And when you scroll down, you basically saw, all of these faces that are different, but they kind of are the same. And fortunately, we had the guy that does all the Clubhouse statistics in the room with us. So he immediately was like, that was a bot. I don't know what you call it, the lead bot came in, and then all of the rest were just fake profiles. And if you went into the profile, you could see it was very clearly fake, right? It would be like 0 followers and following one person. And ironically, in this particular case, and I took many pictures because there were so many in the room. I mean, it literally jumped from 300 to like 600 or 700. They're all Turkish names, which I thought was sort of funny. But yeah, and he actually figured out who the original bot was and cleared it out. So it's happening on this platform, and I've just changed my picture so you can take a look at what it looks like.
This is Mary Catherine. I'm the cat. So Sarayu, to your point, and what several other people have actually touched on, I feel like, and Wayne was mentioning this earlier of like, can we get people to more highly value basically like a slower content cycle, or have more thorough headlines that are less clickbaity. And I think it kind of makes me giggle, and I'm so glad that you went before me, because I think that as long as there's money, power, or any potential for influence, I think that the answer is probably no, is my assumption, that we're only going to kind of continue to see these things speed up. And at least my assumption would be there's a lot of bots popping into a room, and that is a helpful mechanism to then drive up a room's numbers and build and potentially drive up more people, more real Clubhouse users to that room. And it can be incredibly effective at doing that. I think it's basically a better version of some of what people in this room and on this stage have played with when it comes to like everybody adopting the same profile picture and jumping into a room, right? And so part of my question really comes in with like, I'm just curious if anyone's aware of social media companies when things, especially that we know that misinformation travels much faster than and by faster I mean like people are much more likely to retweet it and share it, and so I guess it like grows more in that way. But is anybody aware of like social media companies working on this problem? Because I'm curious to see, like, is there a plan to maybe help like redact things when it does spread so rapidly? And I also just wonder, like, is that even possible, or does it even matter? Because part of the influence of these things when it comes to like our psychological experience, personally and also collectively, is that like we can be influenced in ways that we don't even know. And so even though we may learn, the truth later, is that enough to then reshape our current frame of whatever reality is?
And before someone jumps in real quick, Mary Catherine, because I want someone else, maybe Asif, to address the social media, what they're working on. I have always said my biggest concern with deepfakes is that you can't undo first impressions, right? Once you see something, whether it's horrific or funny, or you associate a person with a thing, a lot of times we can't undo that, especially in kind of like our low bandwidth, perspective of consumption. And I think that's a great point. Like, doesn't matter once it's, I'm sure to some degree, but the reality is sometimes you just need that first impression. Sorry, go ahead, Asif, and I'll shut up.
Just to Mary Catherine, just to address like your first question of like if social media companies are doing anything. So there's a few different things that different companies are doing. Facebook notably is trying to demonetize like the aspect of fake news, right? Like, just if you're spreading a particular article and things like that, and if they try to check it and then try to see like, okay, is this credible? Right? Is this accurate, et cetera, et cetera? And they use like third-party fact checkers and things like that. And so if they find like accounts that are purposely like spreading that information and things like that, right? They'll try to cut it off at its source. However, it's difficult, right? I think I use that by saying that I want to sort of like just pivot to what I think like the bigger issue at hand here is, right? Like, we talk about fake news and we talk about the deep fakes and we talk about misinformation and things like that, right? So while this is becoming an increasing problem for us as a society, but what are we as a society doing to combat it? You know what I mean? So like, yes, we talk about like the technicalities of things, of developing, algorithms, developing technologies to identify, and holding the proprietors of like these platforms that sort of spread this news, holding them accountable and things like that. Okay, but what about holding ourselves accountable, right? So I want to quote a study, right? So it's basically what I'm trying to say right now, right? Like, the average American right now, unfortunately, like, we're not taught critical thinking starting in grade school, right, and going up into whatever, right? It's not until college that we actually touch on critical thinking courses and things like that. According to a study done by like Mind Edge, it's a Massachusetts-based company. It's funded by Harvard and MIT, right? They've been doing studies on like sort of millennials, right, and their ability to critically think and things like that, right? So they addressed a range of people from the ages 19 and 30, both college students and college grads, and they gave them a test that designed to ability that is designed to test their ability to detect fake news. And there were there were 9 questions. Only 24% of people were able to correctly answer 8 out of 9 questions. So what does that say, right? We are sending our children to school. We are going to school, and we're just coming out, and we can't discern fake information from the truth, right? We think if you sort of reflect going back to school, they always told you, yeah, gather your sources, source your material and things like that. Yeah, sure, but like, how many of us have actually put that into effect in our day to day? Because majority of the time, many of us get our news from social media. Many of us, it's quicker to get it on Twitter. It's quicker to get it on Facebook and things like that. But like, do we actually take the time out, like maybe that minute or two, to say, okay, sure, this is in alignment with what I'm thinking, right? Like right now, you can, whatever opinion, whatever values you hold, you can go online on any subject, and you can find something that's either with your, with your sentiments or against it, right? But like, the hard part is actually taking that and thinking about that critically and saying, okay, this agrees with everything that I'm thinking. This agrees with my point. But now, is this a good reference? Is it a truthful and accurate reference of, what I'm going to make right now? We have to really like start teaching society as a whole is like, identify this stuff, because it's like reliance on the machine, right? Yeah, we can rely on the machine, we can try to tweak the machine, but as our detection technologies advance, the techniques will advance, right? Like coming from a cybersecurity background, like the threats keep getting more advanced, more and more advanced day to day, and to be honest, we're not catching some of the biggest things, right? And it's
I
going to
would
take time.
I would love to address this as an educator, actually, because as if you're speaking directly to what my most immediate concerns are when I'm dealing with my students, and what you say about critical thinking is absolutely right. And there are several factors at work here. One of which is incredibly worrying is the impact of AI on these kids to begin with, and the degree to which they've been exposed to it since they were little children. One of the major functions of AI is to anticipate need and desire, and it's something that AI does very well. Napster was like a perfect introduction of this to popular culture, but one of the side effects that it seems to have is that since the preference algorithms make the process of finding what you like so effortless and so frictionless, it interferes with the cognitive development of the part of the brain that is capable of discernment, right? It's literally short-circuiting the discernment drive, because the incentive to build that facility in the mind is subtracted when you are surrounded by algorithms that are constantly predicting what it is that you want to see. And so there are several, I'm fighting on several fronts here with my students. I teach visual literacy. I teach situational awareness applied to media. Like that what I'm effectively trying to do is counter the very things that you're talking about. And, and the the obstacles are pretty formidable, right? Like they're just enormous, and they're getting bigger every day. And so some of the discussions that I've had with my students in my class have revolved around the fact that disinformation succeeds because it's easy and cheap. And, then maybe there's a possibility of disincentivizing disinformation, the possibility of creating market dynamics for fact checking, like like the same way they have for bug bounties, for instance. And and just trying to figure out ways to demonstrate and not just tell my students that these are what they're up against. And I'm I think of what I'm trying to teach them is cynicism in the Greek sense, instead of the modern sense. And and trying to get them to understand things like cultural literacy and cultural repositioning. And they've batted out some really, really interesting ideas, but that I don't know if the idea of centralizing some sort of clearinghouse for disinformation detection would be as good as possibly incentivizing some of these young people to realize that maybe there is something worthwhile to be obtained in the process of fact checking, incentivizing fact finding as opposed to incentivizing disinformation might be a possible avenue.
But that's that's fascinating. Is it Shotzi? Is that how you pronounce your name?
Shasti.
Shasti. And yeah, that ties exactly back into what Asif was saying about new methods of sort of information digestion developing. And I sort of facilitated a little bit of that this morning when, on a Twitter thread, I had saw that the Texas State House had introduced a bill, basically adding some requirements for their civics in their state as far as teaching of certain ideologies. And what I did was I spun up a room so that we could talk about it. I posted the link to the actual bill to my Twitter, and we had thousands of people kind of come and go over the course of 4 hours as we talked about it and digested it sort of in real time. And now that is scalable across, you could think of hundreds of different things being sort of digested communally, sort of like that, where the meetings of the minds kind of come together and these ideas are passed back and forth and something possibly comes out the other side. Now, we don't really have an infrastructure to, scale that up or, we're kind of on the cusp of it a little bit here. Like Discord is an interesting version of it too, but I think this connecting humans in this very intimate way of, voice where we're actually getting real-time feedback is going to have a significant shift on it. Listening to I kind of tuned out after Dexter spoke, so I had dinner with my family, but Dexter, you went on very beautifully about it and the information apocalypse, but I think that's only if you consume media in one way and you don't interact with it and think about it critically in a way that Asif was saying.
One of the things that we're up against, unfortunately, is the fact that we're actually fighting institutions on this. I don't know if you're aware, but Texas is a really perfect example. The Pearson Company, one of the largest textbook manufacturers in the world, they have a different edition of their history textbooks for each state, and those are predicated on the preferences, ideologies, and desires of the local school boards. And when you're up against an institution that is that massive and that, unfortunately, that's self-interested, it becomes an imperative by itself to point that out to students, the fact that there are different textbooks teaching the same thing, only not right. So like the fact that you're talking about these ideas of bringing civics back into the public discourse, especially at a young age. We're also dealing with the politics of knowledge production, and that's an incredibly difficult thing to counteract because many of these systems are so entrenched.
I think one interesting potential strategy here, not a fix-all for everything, nothing I don't think will be, but there is something to at least the case of fake news that maybe a way to think about this is perhaps curative. So the word prediction was mentioned recently, and I think prediction is something to which we perhaps do not pay enough attention. in terms of the ability of tracking a prediction made as basically a correlate of the reliability of the source of news. And so something that I do personally, I don't know whether other people do this. I'd be really interested to hear whether anyone else is running this strategy. But when I look at a news source, I tend to look at a journalist, and I tend to look sometimes years back at other articles that they have written around a similar subject. And not in all news stories, but practically all, predictions are made. So here is the state of things. Here is what's likely to come next. Here are the possible options. That very often they make outright predictions. You know, it now looks certain that, this kind of thing. And from that, you get something which is, I think, a very powerful guide. Certainly it just scrubs out the fake news very quickly, but it also gets you to high quality information, people who really know what they're talking about when they're discussing a particular phenomena, be it politics or the environment or, just like social issues. And the problem I think that we face is a problem of our own lack of what I'll call retrospection, is that we're moving at such pace as a society, as societies, that we don't look back to see whether what someone said 3 weeks ago really cashed out. And I know I do this, everyone does it with people that they know. I do it even with people that I've recently met on Clubhouse, right? If someone said something, that I was like, okay, wow, that's a thing, that's a statement. And then it turns out not to be the case. All of us naturally downregulate the precision that we apply to that person. It's like, okay, I mean, they're fallible, sure, but I mean, that was off. And you hear a few of those and they suddenly become an unreliable source. Somehow this doesn't operate for certain people where, let's say, certain media sources are concerned. The gateway pundit can say pretty much whatever it likes, tending towards the crazy. And no one looks back and goes, wait, none of that came close to happening. And so as a kind of general guide for the rating and reliability of information, I think a basic regression analysis against predictions made and how many of those predictions panned out will give you a very useful guide to not only sorting the fake news from what is then at least in the realm of being considered at least good news, not good news, just at least in good faith news, but actually gets you, in some cases, just in a few specialist areas that I follow, to people who really do know what they're talking about and really offer you an insight. I mean, why are we interested in information in the first place? One of the primary reasons is to predict the world and, the better to live in it with those that we live alongside. So, yeah, I just advocate here for a retrospection, both as, on our individual levels as consumers of information, but also something that can be built into search engines and pretty much everything that serves us up information.
I was gonna
go ahead, Kavya.
Yeah, thank you, Sarai. No, I was gonna add to Dexter. If you didn't add your last sentence, I was gonna say that the entire responsibility cannot be upon us, because that's the whole the info-pocalypse. We are being bombarded with too much. And on top of that, these tools can now turn that into almost a weapon against us. So we need efforts that, we need to use these very similar technologies, artificial intelligence and these type of technologies to take that burden off of us. And we just need to accept that, because believe it or not, I mean, just this morning, I believe I saw, Facebook's VPs talking about transparency, augmented reality, privacy. I mean, these are the same people who speak well, I'm not going to be arbiter of the truth, right? We are talking about deep fakes, deep news that lurk on the
Can't have it
platforms.
both ways.
Right, right. And then who is going to be the arbiter of our virtual augmented reality, which these people are simply touting, not just touting, but about to really make a paradigm shift. So if we put this burden upon ourselves and not challenge that, then we have a problem, because that's why I love this room's title, Deepfakes, Info-pocalypse, even if I can't say the name. It suggests to us what we are up here against. So we need tools. We need better tools. We need better ethics. We need governance. And then I want to push it forward with what Dexter said. We don't just need protection. We need prevention. We need to stop harm before it happens, especially when it comes to children and all of that. And that burden cannot be upon an individual because it's too far gone.
I have a
I
question.
just wanted to build upon what both Dexter and Shasti have been talking about something that I talk about a lot, which is so alarming to me, which is the lack of critical thinking, the lack of resourcefulness today. And I think that the idea of sort of fake news has been around for a long time. I think it's just starting to affect certain people because they're paying more attention to whatever it is, politics, or even on this platform, right? With technology, we've seen it come to the doorstep of Silicon Valley. And that's why we're hearing about take down the New York Times in so many different rooms. But I think, anyone, if you even look back in, I would say, last 4 decades, right? The New York Times is not always printing the news that's fit to print, right? There are a lot of inaccuracies. They absolutely have a selection bias in what they print. You only need to be the child of somebody that's not from this country, and you would very quickly realize that a lot of the stories are skewed. There is an absolute agenda. But what I have found shocking is that people don't question this more. As I mentioned, if you're the child of an immigrant, that some of this stuff isn't correct. But it's also things like, and I bring these two examples up often because I think that they're so stark. The case of Wikipedia, right? When Wikipedia first came out, I remember everybody saying, oh, that's crap. You can't trust crowdsourced information. And I listened to that, but I would go check some of the entries. And yeah, there was crap out there, but there's also some really good information. And so I started trusting, not blindly, but as Dexter was saying, cross-referencing information, layering information, layering it with things that I knew to be true, asking certain people. I took lots of different viewpoints into account to come up with sort of my own worldview that I felt was, hey, this is a fact. Another example is when you think about tabloids, right? It's so easy to knock things like TMZ and The Inquirer. You know who breaks the news in the entertainment industry of things like Jeffrey Epstein committing suicide or Michael Jackson dying? It's the tabloids. And I've always known that, right? Whenever I hear something's happening, I don't go to the New York Times. I immediately go to read The Inquirer or whatever, whatever the tabloid, because I know they're probably going to have the break. Those newspapers would be out of business if they were so wrong. And so I guess I'm bringing this point up to say that not that people should be reading tabloids, but that you need to layer your information. You need to cross-reference some of this stuff. And I find, even here sitting in Washington, D.C., and this is another example I bring up that's horrific, right? Because I've been working in government the last 2 years. You would watch a press conference with the former president, which was carried live. And, he would be saying all sorts of things. And you would see one line taken out of context, front page of the New York Times, front page of the Washington Post, again, papers that have an absolute agenda. And you would go into work, and we're literally right across the street from the White House. And I would say to my colleagues, wow, that was crazy, meaning about the press conference. And people would go, yeah, I can't believe that the president did this and said this. And I'd look at the newspaper and I'd say, that's not what he said, guys. That was one line taken out of context. But people would have been so far into, buying into whatever they'd read in the newspaper that there was almost no point in having a conversation, because by that point, it was in the New York Times, it was in the Washington Post. And I would say, guys, I implore you, go back and watch cable news, show of your choice. It could be CNN, Fox, I don't care. Watch the entire press conference uncut. See what he said, because he didn't say that. So it's alarming, because you're now talking about people that are in the thick of things, making decisions based on this information, that are literally a block away from the source, but aren't bothering to check that source. They're going to a secondary source, which is the New York Times or the Washington Post, and making decisions based on that. So completely agree with that one point about really being sort of more aware, cross-referencing information, layering it, and just trying to institute some more sort of resourcefulness and critical thinking.
There's a problem though, because cognitive dissonance is physically uncomfortable. And when confronted with, like your colleagues, for instance, if you're in a room with people who have a fairly well-established ideology, that idea that the enemy, whoever the enemy is at any given time, could possibly say something that would ring true comes up against a cognitive bias that is so deeply entrenched that it winds up being physically unpleasant for people to admit that there's a possibility that a statement or a worldview that doesn't reconcile with their own is able to pass through what is fast becoming an impermeable filter. And so, how do we disarm that? How do we, there's got to be some sort of way to be able to either, starting younger, establishing some sort of natural skepticism, and introducing these notions of how very many different kinds of cognitive bias they are, and when experiencing the feeling of cognitive dissonance, to be able to recognize it when it's happening. And much of this should be introduced much younger than it is, because if these kids are not even being introduced to these notions of cognitive bias and cognitive dissonance until they're in college, that their brains are still, they're still somewhat plastic, but like someone said earlier, it is a very, very difficult thing to unhear something or unsee it.
Hey, Shasti, I love that point. I think, and I apologize, I joined or lost connection for a while, but I think Wayne brought this up at the very start, and I absolutely love the points of both the cognitive dissonance and and the willful blindness that everybody's talking about. And this kind of trends into the philosophical side, because I mean, this is what we're all struggling with. What I'd love to get, a lot of really intelligent perspectives that we have on stage here on just when I think of it from a venture capital perspective, really, where's the money? And we've talked about this a little bit, and frankly, this is the problem that I see with a lot of policy and government organizations is we can talk in circles around the idea of how human nature and cognitive dissonance and all the rest of it works. At the end of the day, if you can ascribe some dollar signs to an answer and a solution, you can solve a lot of these problems. And that's part of the problem that I've seen being in DC and being a venture capitalist is we say the right things, but then when it comes down to be it defense spending or anything like that, we sort of kick the can down the road. And I would love to get some thoughts on how we incorporate the right incentives so that the money is behind the best ideas, so that those get to the forefront and we can actually solve some of these problems in the private sector because there's money there. Like this kind of goes to kind of the bug hunting for cybersecurity, or where you put the dollars, the interest will follow. And I hope that in my mind, the private sector helps fix some of these problems as the big tech companies realize that they can't just operate as they have for call it the last 5 or 7 years. And then you start seeing some dollars put into the incentives to solve the problems. Would love to open that up. Thank you, everyone.
So
Yeah, Andrew.
Yeah, this is Chip. I'm just going to jump in. So I'm founder of AverPoint, and our business model is we're trying to help. So our solution is a layer over digital content that the audience can question, review, add sources to. So I'd love a lot of you guys to check it out because a lot of you guys proposed features that are similar to ours or would be improvements to ours. But the business model that we've kind of gotten to is if we can show that the content that survives this community review ends up winning. In YouTube, that means more view time. For other people we work with, that might mean more donations or sales or signatures. We're trying to align credibility with success. The problem that we think that the platforms have is their business model is about engagement achieved through true or false information. We were talking about Facebook and some of the challenges they have being the arbiter of truth, but they are actively, like last year they took down, or 2019 they took down 5 billion accounts. So these are bots that were creating engagement, creating dollars, right? That engagement turned into dollars for Facebook. And they're like trying to go against their business model, which is against everything the organization really wants to do. And they're still like trying to do it, but fundamentally they're always up against that out of sync nature of it. So that's kind of how we've kind of said, look, from the beginning, let's make our design decisions, our partner decisions with folks that align with that basic equation, that credibility equals success. And we're small, but we're hoping that from the very beginning in our mission DNA is going to lead to the right choices as this gets bigger.
That's great. This is Wayne speaking. I'm just going to add a quick point. On this platform, why don't we work on keeping it as pristine as possible? As been stated, there's already bot activity on here. I have one guy I connected to where I got sent a text message on Twitter saying, open this link. And so I wrote back to him and say, did you send this? And he said, no, of course not. So it's already happening here. I've got to tell you one thing that I do. I do a lot of reporting on criminal justice reform. So I was talking about the uptick in opioid overdoses that is occurring. And I had a supposed expert counter that, no, suicides are down, that stuff's all down. And so what I do is on my Twitter feed, I then post the information to verify what I'm saying, which shows that, from June of last year June to June, it was up to over 81,000 overdose deaths in America, the highest number ever in a 12-month period. And they expect it to be for the calendar year 2020 to be 84,000 deaths, even though there isn't a hard number yet. So that's real statistics, real information. Can't verify it on a conversation like this. Was able to verify that, posting it on my Twitter feed and recommending people go look at it. So there's a suggestion for everybody else. And one way we can try to keep this platform as clean as possible. This is Wayne, and I'm done speaking.
If I might just jump in right here, because having this conversation and talking about just like these social media companies and these tech companies and things like that, it really got my gears turning, right? I think a lot of us are good at giving references. We will say that, hey, according to X, Y, and Z study, and we'll give a reference to it within our profile or on Twitter or whatever the case is. But it got me to think, right? Right now, what is the conduit for misinformation to spread the fastest is generally some sort of social media platform, be it Twitter, Facebook, maybe even Clubhouse, whatever the case is, right? But perhaps that we make that design change, right? The design change within just the very posting feature of it. Like if you were going to actually, like pass an opinion, pass something, or pass like just a thought or whatever the case is, right? Because you can take keywords, look it up, like just like in real time. You know what I mean? Like as you're typing, right? You can do that. So perhaps what something to think about is developing a mechanism that as you are sort of making a post, saying something or making a reference, it automatically does that sort of lookup of where this is from, right? So it's like just like a bibliography just right there as soon as you make that post. You know what I mean? As to the actual execution of it, I haven't really thought it through, but it's just something to think about, that we're, because we go out our way, many of us, right? That because we want to be credible, right? We want to make sure that the information that we are consuming information that we are sort of sending out into the universe, right, is something that can be referenced, is something that is tangible, right? It's something that is, to an extent, truthful, and overall credible, right? So let's, while we're doing all these things manually, like going on Twitter, putting references, going into our profile, making references, right? I think for a lot of the technologists out there, right, and including myself, let's start thinking about, so how can we implement this just automatically?
So that's something I try not to get on here and plug or promote, but that is something we are working on. If you go to Primer AI and you look at Quicksilver, it's a self-generating knowledge base, and we've actually done that where we've gone in and filled in Wikipedia on scientists that weren't mentioned, and there was a lot of actually female scientists not on Wikipedia, and our applied research team built this tool, and they actually started going in and self-generating all the information, gathering it, their research, summarizing it, putting it together to fill in the gaps. So it's one of those, again, pragmatic tools to help counter that information gap.
Andrew, I see you had mentioned basically that a lot of these problems that we're talking about correlate with national security, and that like there's a gap between the private and the public sector, and I think that's a huge issue. And I see that you're in DC, so I'm a Data Tribe, founded by Mike Jank, Stephen Witt, former CIA, Bob Akram, Phil Zimmerman was a part of the company as well. He was a partner with Mike, and I think that they had a program where knife came out of there. It's called the NSA Transfer Program, and what Mike does, he finds a lot of ex-intel, guys who might have been spies, special ops, things like that, and brings them and backs them venture to basically create companies that solve these type of problems. For example, Dragos, industrial cybersecurity for nuclear plants, PLC, they just got 100 million. Attila Vesh, he was a kid, youngest ever at the NSA. He was 16 when he got hired. He made an encryption that is used by some missile defense systems. So finding these guys that are really good at basically solving these problems that are both national security and commercial problems, and basically empowering them through venture is one of the tools that you can use to help solve these problems. To your question that you had, or what you had proposed earlier, and I think that as we go forward, versus like finding the best solution, for the new Twitter app or the Clubhouse app, also these cyber security or like these national security threats that are also commercial threats, because we can see on the app the bots and the blah 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 backing these guys, right? Because typically you would take a mathematician or hacker or something, stuff them in the back of like some building down in Fort Meade, and the guy would sit there to infinity and rot. So and these are really smart guys. So empowering these guys to help solve some of these problems that are, national security and commercial problems is a great thing, and I'm glad you mentioned that.
Anton, I am so sorry that I'm going to say this, but I look at your Twitter followers, you have approximately 50,000 people on there, and you have about 30,000 people that you influence on Clubhouse. Could you please mention guys and gals next time you speak about this? And please find place in your heart to forgive me for calling you out on this.
Okay.
No, it's all good. I'm not tripping. Sorry. And I'll mention guys and girls. I have a daughter. It's my daughter's birthday today. So
thank you. Happy birthday to her.
Yeah, she's my profile pic. So yeah, very smart girl, and I definitely support women. I'm not a hater.
Don't doubt that. So yeah, along the lines that Asif was mentioning, the notion that you have some chain of provenance for information, that you know its origin, is an appealing one. And it really depends, Andrew, you talk about, where do the dollars make this happen, right? Where does that incentive drive credible information? You really have to involve multiple stakeholders in technology, right? And there are precedents for this, right? There are precedents for standards amongst technology companies which have massively grown markets on the basis of adopting, sometimes developing common standards, right? So mobile standards are like this: 3G, 4G, the large European manufacturers, the internet itself, the protocols, et cetera, et cetera. And so I don't want to get into the technical details, but it is possible to think of, let's say, in perhaps the most difficult problem as far as artificial intelligence and its ability to beguile and mimic and completely trick us. If you imagine that you have, let's say, phone manufacturers, right? Basically, the thing about a deepfake is it's not produced by a camera. It's produced by an algorithm, right? There was never a camera there pointing at a person. They never spoke. And so the interesting thing is that with a telephone, with a phone, you actually, when you record a video, there's a huge amount of spatial information, motion information. There's actually depth information now, all of which can be, without adding to the file size, just occasionally encoded into the actual video. It can actually be done by steganography. If you know anything about cryptography, it can be done in a way which is not detectable by someone that doesn't actually understand or doesn't have the seed of the encryption, the algorithm. But nevertheless, when it goes onto a network, you at least have an assurance at the hardware level that this was generated by a device, right? And if someone wishes this to be trusted, that this is, absolutely real, real footage, real information, they can share location data, they can share extra data from the phone, even anonymously, which basically is extraordinarily difficult for something which is essentially just trying to mimic the look of an image to basically then synthesize the reciprocal depth and motion information, location information. If this is something which came from a device and it's, whoever it is, it's Joe Biden, but this phone is somewhere in Eastern Europe, this doesn't make any sense, right? If you have the stakeholders, and things like this are already being done relative to blockchain and GPUs, right? Companies like NVIDIA looking at things like this, ways to basically encrypt the provenance of the creation of a bit of information, a bit of video, that kind of thing. Once you have standards like that, where basically these bits of content have preferred access to the network, right? So basically, information which appears to come from nowhere basically it's more difficult to enter the network, to get onto YouTube or wherever it is. I am spitballing here, so forgive me. There are lots of ways to, that is not a perfect idea, but I'm just putting forward the notion that you could really, create an incentive for manufacturers to grow markets out of a common standard to counter this. And just an idea there.
Yeah, actually, going to that point, I mean, we're the DoD or the U.S. is doing more of this and opening it up, not specifically to individual companies, but basically allowing startups to that have some commercialization traction to get funding other than grants. And it's interesting because I think that's one opportunity, because then you have the free market that's playing into creating essentially what a proxy would be, sort of like bug hunting for this sort of thing. There's so much more money that needs to be thrown at it, and that's why when I come back to it, I think of like the big tech companies, and who knows what the regulatory regime and what happens under the Biden administration, but there is some pathways to encouraging those with money to be the best actors in this, and I'm cautiously hopeful that we may see that in the next couple of years. But again, I'm a novice when it comes to government and how that works, so I don't hold out an abundant amount of hope. Thank you everyone for this. I really appreciate it, and all the insights too. This is a lot of fun.
One of the points to that, Andrew, my experience when we go to a commercial client and pitch a service or an offering, if we have the best idea or the best outperform, can prove we outperform, we win, and now become their service, right? Because we've demonstrated we're the best solution. When you go to the government and you do that, you are then put into like this capabilities gap type thing where you're one of many. So one of the problems I've seen it present is it still allows kind of the old dinosaurs in that contracting space to write to the RFPs, and they know how to write to them without actually needing to demonstrate that unique advantage. So it's this strange thing where you can get in, but you get in in a sliver, and it's very hard to then gain traction after that.
Yeah, I could, if I had a nickel for every time I heard that. You're spot on. I mean, this is akin to the healthcare sector and frankly the real estate sector, which I've seen a lot of over the last year. They're just laggard industries, but again, the big players, as you said, are the government contractors. I mean, presuming that's who you're alluding to. And frankly, it's the earliest stage that's the most difficult for the startups to get traction, because once they get that commercialization and get past sort of the chasm of performance, usually they get acquired, and it's just a roll-up strategy. I mean, one of the companies that I like this in DC, obviously Andrew, but Rebellion Defense is doing some really interesting stuff around the area of sort of collecting some of the best talent. I actually invested in a friend's cybersecurity company that's in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, called Pathfinder, and doing some really neat stuff. Were originally set out to be a product business, turned into a service business on cyber, just because there's just so much money flowing from big corporations into that, and it was going to be so difficult for them to get funding in the various sources at the early stage, and instead they've leaped over it by being a service business instead. So yeah, I appreciate you saying that, Nathan, and very good insights. Thank you all.
I'm curious about this idea that actually, this is Elizabeth, that Dexter brought up before, and several others have as well, of this idea of provenance and tying this into incentivization. And I know we talked in the red line before about this kind of truth coin idea of how you would create a system that effectively rewards you for either promoting or passing along content that has demonstrated provenance, or content that has some aspect of truthiness to it. Because the issue that we've discussed here, because I'm also working as an educator in media literacy, one of the main things that comes up is that we have a media ecosystem that really prizes speed over accuracy and engagement over really introspection. And so we're trying to fight against that system, but in a way that we can provide incentives. And it's something that I don't have an answer to, but I'm very curious of how, using different metrics or using different approaches through machine learning, that we can provide that, even if it's sampling something out of GPT-3 of what's getting retweeted, how easily that's being done, and potentially rewarding people for making those kind of connections, but somehow having that source material be assessed in some manner to have an accuracy rating or some sort of truth rating or introspection rating. I'm not sure how that would look like, but I'm curious about that.
Well, you've
Tag
got a
alert.
couple of 100 million kids, right, who are digitally indigenous, who may be our our biggest, best hope for being able to construct that kind of the kinds of overwhelming numbers that we need to be able to overcome the kinds of overwhelming numbers that we're fighting. That that certainly the prospects for employment for anyone under the age of 25 right now is very difficult if they're not working if they're working in a service industry, which many of the jobs that have been lost over the last year are there. they're, these are the areas of primary employment for young people. So, incentivizing the possibility of, right now, everything is being gamified, and that that sense of feedback, that constant satisfaction, chasing the small wins, is something that they already do. And right now, everything's being gamified. Art is being gamified with NFTs to a really, really astonishing degree. So, there's a possibility of being able to gamify truth maybe to the other side, as opposed to gamifying disinformation, because for them, trolling is fun, right? Like that there's most of most of the interviews that were given with some major sources of disinformation that were working apparently during the 2016 and 2020 elections. These were all young people. They were bored out of their minds. They were digitally indigenous, and that's low-hanging fruit right there. So in terms of like putting money somewhere that would have the greatest bang for the buck, that's a really, really fertile ground to start exploring.
They've been doing that. So like Kaggle spent $1 million on the deepfake detection challenge. OpenTV just spent $500,000 on the spatial challenge, the old camera. Not to mention probably like did last year alone, probably like $10 million in just challenges for this type of thing has been spent to do this. It's a very hard problem to tackle. With GANs and these things, they only get better. It's a cat and mouse game. Just the nature of how these technologies work. It's two systems in contentions with each other, trying to fool each other all the time. Even if you crowdsource it and throw money at it, the technology itself, the architecture, lends itself to one-upping each other, like two things trying to fool the other, and it's only getting better, and the technology is only getting better. You could check it out. Just type in deepfake detection challenge from Kaggle. It was $1 million they paid out. Facebook had one. There were multiple challenges like this where people competed, and if you look at most of the winners, a lot of them are not from the States. India and Russia are the winners. So I think when we speak about that, I actually look into these stats a lot for my kids. And since my kids were young, I've been teaching them Mandarin because I see that a lot of the other guys, that the technologies we don't see in regards to this, are coming out of China, and particularly United States of America. We have to catch up with the technological curve in terms of these other countries to be able to have the talent pool in itself to solve these problems. So gamifying and throwing money at these type of problems has been done, and they get a solution, but the technology only gets better. So maybe there's like something else we could do, because just the nature of GANs lends itself to always getting better. And like nobody, NVIDIA is not going to be like, hey, let's not make a better GAN. They're going to make better GANs. They're going to make better ASICs. They're going to make better technology. I don't really know if there's a solution. Honestly, as an artificial intelligence engineer, I do this every day. I look at the technology every day. Some projects that I work on, I just seen a startup that came into the office that I reviewed for deepfake detection, and it was just like, why even do it? Because it's gonna only get better. So just to throw that out there.
That's bad news. Bad news indeed. I wonder if people wouldn't mind indulging me, Anton and Dekai, if I just quickly recapitulated my idea about adding other information into video footage from a camera as a kind of assurance of its provenance. Would anyone mind if I did that? I'll try and keep it under 30 or 40 seconds. I'd just really be interested to hear that idea critiqued or
Go
shut
for
down.
it.
Is that okay?
Do it.
Okay.
Do it.
Hey there, Dekai. I hope you have your ears on. So basically, we're trying to, amongst other things, address the question of deepfakes, as Anton just, very piquantly put it. This what seems to be an increasingly losing battle. I had a suggestion which was actually prompted by something that Andrew had said, which was, how do you actually incentivize dollar value to the veracity of information? Like, how do you align these things in a way in which they're currently misaligned? And I was minded of the creation of cell phone standards, right? So basically, that a massive marketplace. The reason that we have the 3 and 4 and 5G standards is because they were standardized in the European Union, actually, between a few companies who said, let's not fight each other. Let's grow a marketplace and have networks which interoperate and which are basically, reliably interoperable. So the idea of growing a marketplace based on the reliable provenance of information, if we think that's worthy of the name apocalypse. And so just very briefly, the idea is that when you have a cell phone, or rather when a camera takes an image of a person talking, that camera is basically with the person. If it's a cell phone, it's recording motion information, it's got depth detection information, it's got location information, all sorts of information that can be encoded into the image, right, via some steganographic scheme that might be tied to the GPU. I know that companies like NVIDIA and a few others are looking at blockchain-like solutions for basically demonstrating the provenance of content. And so the end suggestion is that you have hardware manufacturers who are able, in an anonymous way, to at least confirm that this image was generated by a camera. I understand, as Anton said, GANs get better and better and better, but creating the inverse information of an image, right? So GANs are very good at just like creating the appearance of a person talking, but all of that spatial information, the inverse reciprocal motion information, all of that being recorded into the image, encoded into the image, would seem, nothing buys us time forever, but would seem like a mighty challenge for, to fake, if you like, especially when you have an encoding from the hardware side. Nothing is hack-proof, nothing is perfect, but do you see any hope in a strategy like that? And I'd really be interested in your heart. I don't normally say this, but your harshest possible critique of that idea.
Hi, hey, Dexter, and a pleasure to be here. I apologize for the lateness. For some reason, my calendar entry for this room was in 7 hours from now, coming from importing the Clubhouse. But yes, you'll have to catch me up on what's already been said. I do think, with respect to that question, that it's I think that it is possible to do the provenance chain. So, like, to be able to have verified videos is doable. I think that the kinds of techniques that GANs are using cannot get around that type of cryptographic verifiability. What is not so apparent is the ability to get around the ends of that. So, for example, if it's actually anonymous, coming from an anonymous device, that's still a loose end on verifiability. And I think the bigger problem with deepfakes is that if, just as we have on social media today, there is a lot of stuff on social media that is circulating that is not verified, that, a very small percentage of Twitter people are verified. There are no real name policies on most social media platforms, and certainly not enforced very well, even on those that have real name policies. And yet people still consume that content. So I haven't seen a sea change in the mindset, the general population mindset, that they will only trust things that have a verified provenance. And so that may be the cultural battle that would have to be won for any of these verified provenance approaches to actually make a difference.
Great, thank you.
Dekai, we know that you were partying with MC Hammer, so there's no reason.
Yeah. The provenance of that 7-hour excuse, I think, is highly debatable.
Yeah,
I
so that was actually my time conflict. So I was inducted into this secret surprise birthday party in advance, and I said okay, because this room was, I thought, 7 hours from now. That said, would you turn down an invite to that?
To Hammer time? No, well, I did in the 90s, but not now.
In case you've ever doubted Dekai's ability to throw down and be a total party animal, PTR to see his party party outfit, which is, that was.
So I think this is a good opportunity to do a reset. So hello everyone, I'm George LeMeur. This is the Red Line. We've been talking for the last 2 hours about deepfakes and the information apocalypse. And this conversation is the 16th conversation in a series on information warfare. We have gone through questions of epistemology. We've gone through questions of how could you use blockchain applications to verify the truth. We've talked about the proof of work aspects of that. We've talked about Russian, Chinese, Iranian, and North Korean methods of information warfare in the weeks before this. And on the first week of May, we're going to run a hackathon on this subject. And so what we'd like to do then is take by then 20 weeks of discussions that we've got, the notes that are associated with those, and some exist, and frame the problem. Go through the capability gaps that are limiting us from addressing the different aspects of information warfare and vulnerabilities to information warfare, and then make proposals on the policy side, commercial side, about what can be done to improve the state of affairs and prevent or stave off an info-pocalypse. So that's where we're driving towards. Today's conversation is specifically focused on deepfakes and the role that these increasingly realistic representations can be used to manipulate one's sense of reality. So in our conversation today, we started off with a question about how one can verify content. When we see deepfakes in the news, we see suspicious YouTube videos, but how do we know whether it's true or false? And Anton helped us out with a couple of links. You can find those on Anton's Twitter, or you can find them at twitter.com/the Red Line Club. And that's the Twitter for the Red Line. So if you're interested in this talk and you'd like to get updates on future events, that is the best place. Clubhouse is a really, really poor interface for letting you know what's going on. So if you'd like to stay tied into our conversations and stay involved in what we've got going on, please go to twitter.com/the Red Line Club. You can find our weekly schedule there. We post our monthly schedules there. And then we post links and updates during conversations and notes after conversations. So great resource there. And then I also dual place those on my Twitter as well. But so if you can find all the links that Anton gave us from the University of Buffalo Media Forensics Lab for the Deepfakeometer. Cornell University has a similar project going on. You can check that out as well. We've got the website for fake fake net AI. We've also got one of the fake net AI founders or in the room, or I think actually he stepped out, but he was here a little bit earlier. And then we've got the link to the IEEE article that describes ways in which one can avoid or one can detect deepfakes. So those links are posted twitter.com/the Red Line Club, also on Anton's Twitter as well. We went from that discussion into a kind of point about the paramount risk that exists at the nexus of deepfake technology and the truncated attention span that people have now for news and for media, as well as the different and competing interests in news and media to present a certain version of the truth, and how efforts by mainstream media, by politicians, by traditional institutional power holders to counter the truth or to degrade the truth have increased the ability for malicious actors or others to peddle misinformation, disinformation, and have increased the ability of deepfakes to get us to make decisions that that as a society that we wouldn't necessarily want to make. I think oftentimes when we think of deepfakes and the great risk, it's some incendiary speech by Kim Jong-un, or like the threat of nuclear war by himself or Ayatollah Khomeini. If a deepfake like that could have very serious, dramatic, and immediate negative effects if it were thought to be real and it inspired a response by a military power. And that's the kind of thing that at the high end of the spectrum that we're looking at. But certainly, other forms of deepfakes can be exceptionally dangerous at a personal level as well. Imagine a close relative contacting you and a perfect representation of their voice asking you for money, and you find yourself wiring significant amounts of funds to what turns out to be a bad actor. Or imagine the ability for one to use deepfakes to social engineer, to gain access to accounts or gain access to passwords that they wouldn't otherwise have, and then be able to use that for any manner of negative or bad things. And so we delved into a little bit of that and the consequences associated with that in the mid part of the discussion. Well, an important point was raised that although this is a technological problem, the emergence of deepfakes, technological solutions alone are insufficient to provide a long-term, lasting, and resilient solution to the problem. And I think that's an important point, especially when you consider, I think, and I believe it was Shasti that raised that point, that education, that critical thinking and imparting these skills in individuals is increasingly important, but also identifying that in our current generation of school-age children, the increasing access to technology and influence of technology on their lives limits those very things. So we've got this dangerous paradox to contend with at the education and policy level. And then most recently, we turned in the most recent turn of the conversation, we had the exchange that you guys just heard between Dexter and Dekai. So that sums up kind of the broad turns in the discussion now. We've been going for about 2 hours. I do see a lot of interest in continuing the conversation. I'm happy to let it continue because I think there's rich debate to be had. So with that, I'd like to kind of open up a new vein. And if we know how to characterize the problem, or if we've identified ways, we know that deepfakes present a significant risk to society. We know, and we're kind of fighting the cat and mouse battle of refining technology to detect deepfakes and to potentially attribute them. But at the same time, we recognize that every advance made there is matched with an advance made in the ability to improve the veracity of deepfakes. What my question is, and taking advantage of Dekai's expertise and that of others in the field, certainly Kavya as well for her extensive knowledge in the field of extended reality, as we start to see an extension, if you will, of the interfaces that we use, or the interface that we use to engage with technology, whether that's transitioning from just these flat little glass screens that we've been using to more immersive types of virtual reality headsets, to augmented reality being pumped into our cars or to wearables, to the Internet of Things, and our reality being shaped by the complex interplay between the things that we're using and our use of them. What can we be doing as individuals, and then what can companies be doing in order to benefit their consumers, in order to reduce the downside scalable risks or the significant scalable risks that are associated with an immersive information environment, and the ability to collect tremendous amounts of data on individuals, and then the ability to shape that environment in order to shape one's perceptions. What should we be doing in order to secure our own data, or what should we be expecting regulators to enforce on companies to restrict the ability of bad actors or of companies that are seeking to maximize their profits from creating significant liabilities and significant liabilities in terms of our perception of reality?
Dekai, you want to go first, or the question is so profound, and there are a lot of answers in the question itself, actually. What do you think, Dekai? You want to talk about it?
Happy to let you go first, Kavya.
Cool. Well, George, first of all, thank you for this question, because this is a question that I am also raising exactly the same as to what are we supposed to do, what are the institutions supposed to do, and what are the regulators supposed to do. Now, this inevitably sort of intersects with privacy as well, while we are talking, and when you are sort of verbalizing the question very carefully, crafting it to understand that we are not going to be able to boil the ocean. So we have to mitigate the risks. So I love the phrasing of this question. And also it hints at what could be a potential solution, which I'm looking at, because, some of you may already know, it's in my bio, I'm the founder of XR Safety Initiative. And we have brought together multidisciplinary experts from all around the globe to work on this very exact issue that impacts our future generations, our lives, our cultures, our society, our privacy, redefining privacy in the era of constant reality capture, which is inevitable for all the technologies that you sort of counted. And then comes this, which is, a point that we may agree or not, it exists kind of like the red line. I call it the singularity. So this convergence happens later on, but what can we do today? And that is precisely, it's not an easy answer, and it needs philosophers, it needs scientists, it needs people like all of us to be raising that question and collecting data scientifically all the way to what is currently going on, the gaze data, pose data, inferences that if an insurance provider got, then that you could actually really be at risk for being denied coverage for God knows what reasons this algorithm could be making, and we have seen that writing on the wall. And now this incredible amount of data in the hands of, let's say, these institutions, whatever that may be. Now we hear Niantic is coming out with the augmented reality glasses as well. Google just announced the AR maps. So all of these developments, what they are adding up to be is that we need a framework. We need an internal governance framework for these organizations that we can measure them on and also respond so rapidly, because we're talking about altering reality and all of this. This is very sounds dystopic, but this is the only proactive action I can think of, is breaking the silos of all the AI ethicists work on their pace. And fortunately, we found a group. It's called MKAI. So if you go to mkai.org, they are literally helping XR Safety Initiative in understand these cross sections. So all of these convergences, once we understand them from the scientific research point of view, we can then arrive at some conclusions to mitigate risks. We need to, deduce those processes, what those would look like, and we actively are working on them. And so what I would say is the answer lies in the question, and then engage with, policymakers. So thankfully, I mean, a lot of the information around it is confidential, but I am actively working with people at the Hill to put together the very first augmented and virtual reality law that will come into effect, hopefully in 2021 or 2022. So there is a lot of hope. And then also talk about, funding for these research, specifically for children, the impact on their brains, cognitive function, psychology. So all of these, this is a huge book. I've opened the chapters, I've outlined the what, including, the questions that you've raised. Those are the questions that are there, and it includes all the cross sections. And, Dikai, I would love to hear from you the artificial intelligence aspects of this convergences and how do we approach the risk mitigation.
That's amazing, Kavya. And by coincidence, I'm going to be speaking at an MKAI event this coming month. I, on the one hand, I am encouraged greatly by the attempts to look at regulation and to provide guidelines. There's on the other hand, since you've already spoken to that, I won't repeat that, but I'll offer maybe a complementary, some more disturbing perspective that haunts my my sleep, which is that I think, despite having been reasonably careful on privacy without just completely going off grid, that it will. I am wondering whether we are going to be able to hold on to the notions of privacy that we've had for the last century. To be honest, there's something that a theme that I've been meaning to bring up in one of the deep dives about privacy, which is that our notion of privacy today that we all grew up with turns out to only be 100 some years old, even in Western culture. And suburbanization and technology and so forth have contributed a lot to creating that. But before that, even in Western culture, there was very little in the way of privacy, and especially in Europe, where people were living cheek to jowl and in cramped, housing complexes where everybody could hear what was going on, and it feels like, just as the cultures had a different notion of privacy norms back then, just because of the reality of the environment, that there was no way to get the level of privacy that we've been enjoying. It may well be that we're entering another period where, despite our best efforts on the regulatory side, the ease with which information can be scooped up and inferred, and sort of remember that a lot of this has to do with the ability of modern AI to infer from lots of little fragments everything about us. That it's kind of like the digital equivalent of those cramped tenements that a century ago everyone was living in, and so we as I think about this, one of the scenarios that I really find myself, realistically not being able to avoid mulling over, is that we return to the digital version of that era a century ago, where norms, cultural norms, are by necessity adapted to a certain lack of privacy. And what that means is, as I was mentioning earlier just now, things like retraining all of us to depend on verification, and to learn not to trust things with that haven't come from verified provenance, because otherwise it's like gossip, that you have to learn not to trust. And that becomes because it's not exactly gossip, because deepfakes are so much more effective, because even when something is fake, there's still the massive power of suggestion that goes to our unconscious biases, that even if something is fake and somebody tells you, it still lingers in your head. And so like that's a lot of adaptation. It's a tall order for us to have to face. And I'm not sure that we have much choice realistically, because I don't see how I don't currently see how we can stop that from happening despite our best efforts. So not to be all really gloomy, but just to, you know.
I think
it's right though,
I think it's really
we have to
important.
factor in the failures. We just really have to factor in that this is going to fail.
I think it's really important to be gloomy on the front side, right? Rather than too optimistic and then regretful on the as we kind of shoot forward into the future. And that kind of is a bit the story of the internet, right? I personally have not spent very much time at all on social media. I was in Silicon Valley at the tail end of the dot-com boom and the kind of beginning of the sort of wireless internet boom at a company in that space. And I was terrified, frankly, seeing the technology. We were working, with Apple and Nokia at the time, who were a major player. And as they were facing all of these issues, of course, from a business perspective, just having a background as an artist and knowing a teeny weeny bit about philosophy, many of the fears that the guy articulated, I saw coming kind of down the pike. And no one was interested in talking about them. I could, when Dakai says, sorry for being gloomy. I wouldn't, I couldn't get people to stay in a room when everyone was like, we're going to be billionaires. This is going to be bigger than the last bubble. Incredible. And I was like, yeah, but we're basically, placing these kind of devices of mass distraction and tracking and information and in everybody's hands. And those things are ill considered until it's too late or it's late in the day. So I think it's good to have those kinds of conversations where they're warranted. And when we're talking about an info-pocalypse, if it isn't warranted, then I really don't know when it is. As to the question of privacy and giving it up, I'm going to try and one up Dakai if I can in gloominess, and it'll be the last time I try. But I think in any case, if we just look outside completely of the fake news and deepfakes and the lack of reliability of information, just the democratization of technology in general creates a world in which it is increasingly I'll just say it, this won't be a popular point of view, but increasingly dangerous to have people out in the world who have access to extraordinary amounts of potentially highly destructive technology in the form of synthetic biology or what can be done with cyber attacks and the like. I think we maybe inevitably reach a point where there just has to be an acceptance of the notion that we may eventually exist, have to exist by necessity, because the kid next door has a chemistry set that could blow up the city. We live in some kind of panopticon where we do have to trade in exactly the notions of privacy that you spoke about. If anyone can raise a good argument, because I don't want this to happen, but as to why it won't be the case, if it is the case that let's say, I'll take the example of synthetic biology, that it's now rather terrifyingly simple for someone with even a mediocre amount of knowledge to create essentially custom-made viruses from code. You can just sorry, I won't say how, but process involving yeast, incredibly easy to do. And how in that world are we able to be days of yore, when you could trundle around the countryside and the worst that you'd get was, you're not from around here, are you? Kind of thing, rather than why aren't we tracking you and what have you been up to? And so I think we may move to a point where these problems are solved, not in the way that we would like, but by the fact that we are under some kind of fairly constant panopticon-like surveillance. And the conversation then to have is, how do we make such a world acceptable? It's a safe world. It's a world in which information can't be sort of minted in dark corners and, you know, enter into the infosphere from who knows where. But it is you know, a shiny formaldehyde dystopia nevertheless. So yeah, I think the democratization of destructive technologies might lead us to the kind of surveillance society which gets rid of fake information, but also, yes, gets rid of privacy completely.
Hey guys, this is the Cyber Doctor. You know, one of the things that George mentioned in his great question that he posed to the stage here was, what do we do? And Kavya mentioned this, and I just wanted to reiterate, having these discussions right now and the various discussions that are certainly taking place in various different forms, unfortunately in silos, but more and more are these international capacity and confidence building discussions are happening amongst a vast majority of folks, right? And it's unfortunately not going to be just the folks in the tech industry or just in public policy, right? We need the diversity in thought and background and experience to address some of these gaps that we're addressing here, certainly in this discussion. But unfortunately, when the policymakers come, either here in the United States on the Hill or other places in the UN and other places in EU and international working groups, that we think through a lot of these other things, right? What in your lens, what is the most pressing thing, right? So from a financial standpoint, what is that impact on the financial industry? We were talking about human rights and things like that, social justice issues. And so, in terms of like, what do we do? It's to continue these conversations, but be more inclusive in terms of folks and different groups that aren't necessarily in your normal day-to-day, outside of your comfort zone, outside of the same cast of characters that we're used to interacting with. And then furthermore, I think on the topic that Dexter was talking about, of the use, or who has access to these technologies, right? Right now I think the focus is really on malign actors, but at the end of the day, your malign actors that we're talking about now, in this case, could be like Dexter was mentioning, your next door neighbor, right? And so you're no longer talking about, okay, how do you prevent getting these technologies in the hands of malign actors to be authoritarianisms, criminal enterprises, but now it's a matter of fact of, okay, the technology is out there, anybody can get access to it, relatively, with a little bit of research and very little knowledge, if you will. What do you do in that sense when you assume that, just like with the internet, right, the pros and cons that came about, and there were some folks that were like, well, you can do all these bad things, right? What do we do in the sense that we now assume that everyone will have access to some form of these technologies, and what can we do to mitigate that, and have these discussions to talk about all the different scenarios, right, and what its effect will have on our society. This is Cyber Doctor, and I'm done speaking.
Dexter, the question that you posed earlier to the Kai about basically embedding the images or whatever asset with some type of like spatial data or like something to
Yes.
basically uniquely identify it. Um, I had another idea I was thinking about while you had mentioned it. I was walking the dog. It was kind of windy out, but what about chain of custody? For example, there's a program called NiFi. It was out the NSA, and specifically
for handling large volume. The four V's of big data. So even though you can generate a deep fake or these things, but we were talking about earlier about using artificial intelligence to kind of like in a bad way predict what will where its best use cases. Like, so if we use it in a good way and predict, hey, where's the best use case for this? And then say, hey, any information being inserted into this particular topic, is there a chain of custody to verify this thing that you're inserting into this very volatile thing? Where did it come from? What devices did it pass through, and things like that. That might be, a solution. It works on, the government side to kind of like verify data. But on the regular side, we don't really have that. Like when a picture goes from my phone to somebody else's phone, sometimes you have, I think, TIFF or like other embedded data where they have geolocations and things like that. But I would think that somebody trying to be malicious would remove that type of the data, or basically try to fake that data. So basically to circumvent that, if you have some standard protocol, right, which would, kind of protect people's privacy, but still have some chain of custody, so we can determine where it comes from, and also use artificial intelligence to basically analyze high risk situations, and basically vet the information a little bit more.
Anton, you bring up a really
Yeah,
good point.
love it. Thank you.
The content authenticity initiative. If you're not
Exactly.
familiar,
You read my mind.
yeah, literally, I'm like,
Oh my gosh.
yeah. Any,
Yeah,
the
and he's a
content.
great guy. We're gonna bring him up to Red Line pretty soon.
Wait, you read someone's mind? That's a breach of privacy.
Oh my
Who did
God.
that?
George and I talked about this, I think maybe a couple of days ago. So I was really looking forward to this, and unfortunately, I have to drop right after this. But yeah, the content authenticity initiative, I stumbled upon briefing some policymakers that were extremely freaked out about deepfakes, and really think, Anton, exactly what you just said is what policymakers said to me, almost like word for word. So maybe you're in their mind, they're in your mind. But yes, the content authenticity initiative speaks exactly to this phenomenon, or trying to look at a solution for this very problem, if you will. So I don't want to talk too much about it, but just wanted to flag that. I don't know if anyone else wanted to talk a little bit more deeper into the initiative and kind of what they've been doing.
Can I just check the name is the Content Authenticity Initiative? Is that right?
Yeah, it's called chi.org.
Okay,
and
thanks.
it's so here's the thing. Earlier somebody said NVIDIA is not going to do something. Well, guess what? Adobe is doing something, and we need to get behind this train because it's pretty awesome. I've been looking at it because I was challenged by Providence being in issue in virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. So early on, as I was building these taxonomies for XR, I started to look, and that was basically pretty much like a weeks around the time Kai came into emergence. And so I've been following their white papers, their standards, and I kid you not, everything that Anton, you just said is like, oh my God, so there are standards being built and there are these mechanisms being built. So it's an awesome initiative. I can't endorse it enough because there has not been a failed in finding solution besides this one.
On that note, too, I mean, I think there's also, sort of a business model here where there's a voluntary, premium payment plan that people would opt into for something like that, where a business, I especially for kids under 18, this should be something that a lot of the telecoms and the tech companies are talking about, because frankly, a blockchain or a provenance type initiative like that seems to make a lot of sense. And if you could, if you created something proprietary like that on the private side, I think the goodwill that would spill out of that would carry a company pretty far in the public's mind. But those might 2 cents here. Let me Andrew finish.
And I'm sorry, Drexter, that was contentauthenticity.org, not Kai. My
Yeah,
bad. Spreading
no, I found
misinformation
it.
already, right?
It's great. Yeah, and none of that damaged your credibility with me, so you're still good. Trusted.
Thank you.
And I've posted the links to both of those, to both the Content Authenticity Initiative and the Adobe blog, where they go into great detail on it and post some YouTube videos on it as well. So that's both at twitter.com/the redline club and twitter.com/GM LeMeur.
So I'm curious then, in building on that idea and looking at this idea of chain of command and looking at the idea of provenance and then thinking about the virality of different news articles and where people are getting their information from. And if we look at certain people as vectors for information, is there a way to tie that in so when we have these sort of infection spokes, these super spreaders, is there a way to then tie that into a system that would limit their reach based on their lack of usage of chain of custody or repeated violations of not using chain of custody? Kind of going back to this sort of Twitter idea of flagging that, nope, you haven't read this and you're retweeting it.
You should check out NiFi, and like the basis of how it was created, and also if you look at the approach of how NiFi was created, with Apache and the NSA, and like combining like a government organization with like a big company, and basically creating a technology like this, and basically empowering these guys to develop this. It was called like the technology transfer program or something like that. I think they have like 3 more companies in that, and basically expanding on that, because I think that these programs help these guys that you probably never hear of, that probably you'd never know, this technology you would never see surface for commercial use. So and I think that that technology provides a basis, but it's not complete for this particular problem. So I think either advancing that particular technology, or the foundation of it, or either if it's not broken, don't try to fix it, and just rinse and repeat that process that helped us establish like chain of custody. We're on different uh on a different landscape, that what you just proposed is kind of done in certain certain situations. So basically changing the situation, applying a similar technology to it, and basically brewing that similar technology in the same way it was developed, because once again, this is a national security problem, also a commercial civilian problem. So kind of like repeating that thing again.
Anton, sorry, if I can just ask, I won't ask everyone this, whoever mentions a brand or a product, but how do you spell NiFi? Just...
Link. I put the link is at twitter.com/the redline club.
Okay, great.
It's underneath this thread. Yeah, I'll put all the links up there for you guys.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Thanks, Anton.
So to go back, and I'll just fill in a question here because I have to head to bed because it's quite late here in Poland. But I was also curious when we broached this area of IP, because something that came out of the Teus Media discussion, this article from Vox, is this whole idea that deepfakes are really this sort of non-consensual practice, that obviously you have an actor's face usually being pasted on someone else's body, etc. So is there a role in thinking about tying in, this incentivization and maybe commercial incentivization and IP? Is there a role for somehow bringing that in, of if we have film studios or someone who copyrights their own visage, to then control that spread of information through that avenue as well?
I think in the entertainment industry they use like some type of like embedded key for music. So anywhere a song gets played, they can basically identify it by some like embedded like cryptographic frequency thing in it. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that they have like some key watermark ish for music that ASCAP and BMI use to like find if the thing is played or not. And I know for film they have technology like that, watermarking. And I know it's gotten pretty advanced and whatnot too as well, but the reading the watermark is the the thing, like you have red, black, red, and like basically the cipher and things like that, like who has the public key, private key, blah blah blah, and like is are we going to enforce it? Once again, that's like a policy thing and like a chain of custody thing. Who's monitoring the pipeline that these things are flowing through? The ball could get dropped at some point, right? So basically analyzing how this thing flows through this infrastructure and basically doing forensic and analysis at these junctures where things bifurcate or basically they get copied, right? Is that an authentic copy or not? Like, how do we know if you copy something it's an exact thing? So we don't, right? So even if music, right, like how do we know, like what if they change something really minute, right? And even with music, like you change 8 beats and I think it doesn't count as like an original. It doesn't count, like you don't have to pay royalties or whatever, the copyright laws and things like that. So this as we get more advanced, I don't think the laws and I don't think the framework that we have is going to be able to support where the technology is going. So basically on the policy side, I think that technology and policymakers and technologists need to come together and create an updated framework for these type of things, because the big companies are going to do their best to protect themselves because they have money and they have liability and risk and exposure. But how much is it a really big deal to the government right now? Probably not, but in the future it is, because we talked about the impacts of this technology in a negative way, right? And there's a lot of good that can be done with this technology. However, there's a lot of negative things that can be done with this technology. Like, for instance, I'm a dad, right? Like a deep fake. Like, what about bullying with deep fakes for kids? Like, things like that. So, like, what about taking a song and manipulating the song with like using WaveNet, whatever, from NVIDIA to remix it in some malicious way to hurt somebody's feelings and make them feel bad and maybe commit suicide, things like that. So, also punishing people, like what's a misdemeanor artificial intelligence deep fake crime, what's a felony crime as well. So the policy around these things, basically standardizing on how these certain types of like data that we know will impact our society, basically identifying the risks, like, and understanding the risks, and then trying putting systems in place to mitigate it respectfully.
Exactly, Anton. And I think, if I may add to it, that we have to keep in mind that the urgency around the response to this is going to depend from culture to culture. So I just want to add, like, for example, if you weaponize some kind of a deep nude around some Indian woman or a Saudi woman, their entire family could be murdered and their existence is threatened for just loss of privacy. But here we're talking about weaponization of their existence, their identity. So these are exactly, I could not agree more with all these points that are being made. But I want to add this other perspective that for artists, like maybe oh, we found this song here and it's the impact is money, but for some people it's literally their lives will be at stake if we are not proactive about some of these things and have those conversations, exactly build these standards. And I want to point out that until today There is no cybersecurity, privacy, or any other framework that has taken into account things that we are asking for laws to be made about, such as bullying. Why haven't we done that? So, like, at least intentionally, I'm taking those things, bullying, content moderation, all these things in account in the framework that we're building for XR, because you can't unsee things. You sometimes and most often would not even have a chance to eliminate the biases that have been cooked into these realities that we are faced with.
Yeah, Elizabeth, you brought up a really good point about the legislation, and Anton and Kavya just really put the cherry on top. And and like Kavya was just mentioning about, you know, unfortunately, in the entertainment industry, right? We all remember, or for those of you who aren't familiar, DMCA, right? I mean, that was built and put in place because there was a loss of money to the entertainment industry, right? And so, you know, for in relation to, well, who would really, and certainly, you know, I think it was the entertainment industry that pushed DMCA. There's certainly others outside of the entertainment industry that benefited from DMCA, but looking at our existing legislation, it would be an update to laws or policies like DMCA. And so, you know, when we think about like the World Intellectual Property Organization, which really pushed for what is now known as DMCA, it's organizations like this that are going to have to be moved in a way somehow to act. And really, what I think is that other marginalized groups, other you know, beneficiaries will come about as a part of that, but it may not, unfortunately, be the original intended recipient or beneficiary of these updated laws, right? Unfortunately. Again, Cyber Doctor, I'm done speaking.
I thought Anton made some great points, and as Kavya said, the stakes.
Kavya?
Sorry, say again.
Kavya?
Kavya, okay,
Yeah.
got it, stored. As Kavya said, the stakes, yeah, are much higher in some societies than they are in others. The point of many that I want to pick from Anton's comments is that government and legislation has always seemed to lag behind technology, but that gap seems to be increasing. And it was just an extraordinary moment. Anyone who saw it, I'm sure you will have had the same experience when the Senate hearing on the social media search engine giants, the inquiry into whether these companies should be regulated, whether they were monopolies, just, a senator who arrived at that commission going, Mr. Zuckerberg, how exactly is it that your company makes money? I mean, to have a politician
I remember that.
who must have known in advance that he would be speaking to this individual about something highly consequential, someone who basically, you know, has under the auspices of his company more people than are in the United States, right? I mean, getting on for the billions. And so it's a question I want to pose to the room if anyone's interested to answer it. The idea of living in a technocracy, you know, I would actually just make this point. Probably the last half hour, you know, any snippet of this conversation, which we all think is highly consequential, and the decisions need to be made, which will be highly consequential to the future. I don't know if not that I would, but if I recorded a snippet of this conversation and took it to number 10 Downing Street and, you know, got in the cabinet and said, what do you guys think? I'm going to bet that probably 80% of the people in that room wouldn't even know what we were talking about. And so in that vein, how do people feel about the sorts of politicians that we have been inclined to elect, and their inability to fathom increasingly consequential questions of technology? As a politician, you know, formerly, if you understood basic geopolitics, a little bit about culture, you were well armed, as long as you were well armed by advisors, you know, to make decisions. But now it seems to me we've reached a point where you have to understand a little bit more about how the technology actually functions to even be in the game of making decent decisions. And while no one wants to live in a technocracy which is all run by, some of us are software engineers or, tech entrepreneurs, no one wants to live in that world. But is there a case to be made for a sort of a qualification for someone who takes senior office in basic technological literacy? And yeah, I'm curious to see I was thinking as Anton spoke, that's something that clearly is an issue, but is not on any political agenda. I'm just curious to see what people feel about it.
Dexter, I think you've hit something very important there, and you're absolutely right. One of the challenges, and we see this in the military quite often, actually, is how do you inform a decision maker that may not have the appropriate context to make a decision? And at least in the military, if you're the hapless poor major that has to brief a general that came from, or let's say you're briefing an admiral on land operations, it's not the admiral's job to understand you. It's your job to understand him and to communicate to him. And I know that that's a great oversimplification of what we're talking about here, but bear with me for just a moment. I think that we're not going to change the political generation in 4 years or 8 years. It's going to take much longer than that. But what we can do is figure out how to make the case better. And I think that there are certainly many groups that are attempting to do that. There's certainly people on the stage who are going through that work now. I know that Kavya is in the process of drafting a law now and going through the rigorous series of debates with congressional staffers, who, again, there's several folks on this in Clubhouse that frequently join the Red Line that have had experience on the Hill, explaining new concepts to octogenarians that are elected to office and have maintained their office through incumbency. And so the question is, how do you get those insights, marry them up with the level of conversation that we're having in this room, and then get the access to put those insights that have been translated and are being credibly communicated in front of a decision maker. And that's something that we've given a lot of thought to. We are going to take a stab at it on the 1st of May, actually within this club. So the idea is to scope down the information warfare conversation into some digestible bits, and then bring you all onto a collaborative planning software, and we work through what is the problem, define that. What is kind of the red team perspective on this? What are the bad guys trying to do? How do you stop them? And then communicate the gaps that we have societally, within industry, within markets, that we would need to address from a whole of government perspective, from a societal perspective, from a regulation perspective, and from a corporate ethics and decision making perspective. What do you need? What needs to be done? What can be done in order to resolve some of the more dramatic aspects of this? And so we're going to take a stab at that, and with the products that come out of that. We hope to use some of the access that we've got within our community and network to take a run at putting those in front of decision makers and see what the response is. And if we're able to prevail, at least in getting our point across on some of these more sophisticated issues and having a quality conversation, then we want to iterate that process in a couple other veins as well. But to your point, Dexter, I agree that it's a problem. I think that the problem is that we can't hope for a new decision maker. We have to get better at communicating the solution to the decision makers that we have.
Right. Great point. Thank you.
My only concern in that endeavor comes from a place of watching what's happened to legislation over the last 10 to 15 years and how the legislative body has become more of a managerial body than a radically proactive one.
Right. I agree, Shasi. And George, if I may add to your point, we around January 2020, XR Safety Initiative, we curated some of these recommendations, part of which I'm going to quote one to the incoming Biden-Harris administration. And this whole, recommendation document hasn't seen the light of the day, but one of the recommendations that we made is to establish a forum for stakeholders' involvement at the Office of Science and Technology Policy to build a bridge between these civic society innovators and policymakers. That, of course, includes technologists. So I would love to bring those recommendations, George, to the roundtable, because these are challenges that I'm thinking from only, specifically XR scope perspective, but it definitely applies to all the emerging technologies we're discussing here.
George, I think I've always had this idea in my head. Like, look at a guy like you, right? Military guy with, you understand what's going on. Look at General Alexander, Iron Man, right? Look at, I work for Mike Jenke, Navy SEAL, billionaire, Silent Circle. All these guys, after they go from military or whatever, like government office, they had to go private. And they go for the money because they're not getting paid like that from the government side. So pay these guys, because this is a war. It's information warfare. This is probably the biggest war. Like, this is the new Cold War. So pay the guys, like, and get them into a position of power versus the hand waving, pontificating politicians that failed us many, many, many times over, and they don't even have a clue what's going on. Some of them just like to hear their self talk. So that's a true reality of the situation. We need people that understand that this is war. This is a Cold War, and that other countries like China and Russia and India are gaining on us, and they can basically manipulate us. And we need people that are understand the technology and can help us and pay these guys, because we're spending billions and billions and billions of dollars, but the guys who are you know forming these companies, they're leaving the government and forming their own contracting or their own venture or their own blah blah blah, and it's now commercial or whatever. So that's what I think, because I see it. Look at Phil, Stephen Witt, all the name, you could ring them off. Like, they go private and they go for the big check versus going back into the government.
Hey, Anton, if I can contribute for a second, you're spot on. But I think one thing that we're leaving out, it's a money issue. It's also a money issue in Congress. And one of the things that's gone over the last couple of years, and anybody that's in DC knows this, is the brain drain of the career staffers up on the Hill. And it's both parties. It's Democrat and Republican. And it basically goes to the idea that even all the staffers are underpaid because there's a limit on how much they can be paid. And what ends up happening is, traditionally, the guardrails for Congress, I mean, you've always had older people in Congress. You've always had people that weren't maybe the sharpest tools that were representatives. The difference is they didn't have to deal with technology like they do today. But the other side of it, too, is you also had the advisors that Dexter mentioned that could couch them and could counsel them and kind of basically, I mean, we're writing the bills and writing the laws for them. And that's still the way Congress works. What you've lost, though, is that 30, 35-year-old that had the institutional knowledge in the past and has now left Congress for a higher paying job. And we're not talking big money. It's not like the admirals and the people that you're talking about. We're talking, relatively middle class people in Washington, D.C. that have been priced out of middle class houses. And when they leave, then it's set to 23, 24, 25-year-olds that want to change the world. And I think their attitude is in the right place and their hopes are in the right place, but they don't actually know how Congress functions or how it has functioned in the past. So they don't know where the bodies are buried, so to speak. And so they struggle. And so we have this huge loss in DC that's well known in DC, based on money, but more based on talent. That's the class that's always been underneath the representation. That's kind of persisted, and how you fix that is not an overnight problem. It's a challenge overall. But anyway, I'm Andrew, and I'm finished speaking. Thank you.
Yeah, there's two components to that, Anton. I think it's a push and a pull. The push is very difficult to innovate and get anything done inside, and so that a lot of folks who leave mid-career, there's that initial push. The pull is the money you're talking about. So I don't think paying more, like SCSers in the government are paid very well, and it atrophies that mid-level ranks. So I'm not entirely sure that's the only problem. I really think it's a push and pull aspect.
No, I agree, Nate. But one thing that I noticed is that, like, let's say like a project where somebody working for an agency might be on it, and then a sub is on it doing the same job, and one guy gets paid triple what the other guy's getting paid, and they're doing the
Oh,
same
for
job,
sure.
and the other guy's actually they're doing the same job, but the other guy who's getting paid triple is gonna bill the clock because there's some minimum hours that he must put in, so he's there chilling for something that he knows can take 3 weeks, and basically he's going to take 6 months, and that's the nature of how it is. That's the beast. But we have this huge problem of like deep fakes, information warfare, and this is like the new Cold War, and we got to change this system so that we could roll out the tech and the tactics, because we have the guys, we have the smart guys, we have the thing. I just think the system is messed up, and maybe we need to change that. Everybody's happy with it because somebody could go get a government contract, make their couple $1 million, or if they don't like it, they have a good technology, they could leave, and then they could go get funding and make some commercial technology. But then the government is still spending 40 billion on RS3, and PCI or whatever contracting company is getting 100 million, 50 million, and that kind of, in my opinion, maybe I don't know it all, but I think that we could optimize on that process a little bit.
I just wanted to hop in with a little piece of info coming on that. There was, I think, I'm not sure if it was in Redline or a different room I was in, but I believe his name is Travis Moore. I don't think he's hiding in the audience here. But he's associated with Tech Congress, and this is one of the avenues they're pursuing, is how do you bridge this knowledge gap between the practitioners and the policymakers. So that's one of the avenues that I've seen. I know there's a lot of fellowship programs as well. I did work with the Fund for American Studies, and I know they're building out their, I think it's their journalist training program, to get staffers on the Hill who, follow their kind of more liberal market capitalism bent, but also have better skill sets walking in, so that they're then able to influence policymakers who aren't reading all the text of those long bills. So that's just two pieces coming down the pipe to add to that.
Hi, could I actually add to this conversation coming from a media point of view? So I heard a lot coming from Kavya about multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary data needing to be collected to really see how these things were affecting people. And I hear a lot of that talk in rooms. Dekai kind of touched on this technology being something we're not really sure how it affects people. It kind of reminds me of a media theory called the magic bullet theory, where back in the day when television first started and movies first started, people would go to a movie theater and see a train, and they would be really scared because they thought the train was real. And we're kind of at that point with technology now, because you have people out there trying to decide whether or not something is real. And you guys are all really awesome in talking about how these things work. But some of the parts that scare me are the media people are kind of being left out of this, where we're the ones that have been dealing with this for hundreds of years. We've had to deal with policy surrounding this. And something that I might suggest is that the initiatives you guys were talking about, the MKAI and CAI, sound really good. That sounds like an internal kind of situation, like media has, traditional media. And when I say media, I'm talking about news media, print media, television, entertainment media, digital media. So regulating yourselves from the inside, the way traditional media has had to adapt to, has been really, really good for them so far, or for us, it's worked, because you have people on the inside studying this media theory and the effects of what happens when we use this. And I really think including these people in the conversation would be helpful, especially in like what Kavya was talking about, the multicultural effects, you know, like you start getting into First Amendment issues when you're asking for policies to be set using these technologies in America. In other cultures, these have different effects. Some of those cultures live in America. When Kavya was touching on how use of deepfakes could affect an Indian woman, well, we have Indian women that live in America, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to set policies around these technologies because of the way our specific government works. But I really think there's a deeper conversation there about how we decide to use these technologies within America and really cultivate the environments in the companies that are creating these technologies to be aware of that. How are these technologies being used? I get that somebody creating an algorithm or an AI, their point is to make it work, but to really start to educate people on the effects of these technologies and keep it in company pretty much to regulate these things. That's really all I had to say. Thank you. I'm Wendy. I'm done talking.
This is Dan. I think I can partially answer your question. May I speak?
Of course, Dan. I was going to go to you next anyway. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Dan. I'm doing machine learning over at Adobe, but I'm in the advertising part of the business. So I'm not in the Photoshop part of the business, the Creative Cloud. But one person, we do advocacy in terms of deepfakes and disinformation. One person I would recommend talking to, and I believe he's on Clubhouse, is Santiago Leon. If you search him, I think he's on there. He doesn't have a profile page, but the people who have nominated him are working in disinformation. So I believe that's the right person. If he doesn't follow that many people, so if someone in the audience or in the crowd can actually try to ping him into the room, I'm sure he could elucidate on CAI. He's the head of advocacy at Adobe for the CAI initiative. So that's basically what I wanted to bring up. I was waiting for you guys to talk about CAI, and then finally it did happen. My name is Dan. I'm finished talking.
Hi. Oh, sorry, Kavya, please go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Heather, longtime listener, first-time speaker. I wanted to jump on the back of what Wendy was saying because it's related to one of the reasons why I came on stage. George, you've mentioned many times that this is a technological issue, but this is also an emotional issue when we're dealing with disinformation. And that's part of what Kavya had touched on before, and also what Wendy just touched on. And it's an emotional issue for many different reasons. One of which is that I also see connected to the idea of the Info-pocalypse is that when we are engaging with disinformation, which all of us consume it on some level, whether or not we digest it is a different story, but those who do digest it and process it and perhaps become radicalized by it, that seed of doubt that is planted in that interaction or multiple interactions then plants a seed of doubt for any information, and it creates a questioning around truth in general. And I've wondered about the emotional effects of that, the stressors of not being able to trust our reality or have our reality challenged is one aspect. And just the idea of, I mean, I've seen this happen like with reading articles or different research that I've done where there is the, there's talk about like if we use deepfakes in a fight fire with fire perspective, if you're having it in two different political narratives or two different social narratives, whatever the case may be, a case that I can think of is There are oftentimes disinformation around climate change or sustainability initiatives, but then there was also like Extinction Rebellion, who's fighting for the climate in a radical way, has also created a deep fake just about a year ago of the former prime minister of Belgium, connecting COVID to climate change. And that's an example of them saying, well, we'll use fire with fire, fight fire with fire. And that creates a distrust in reality or any information, which does have emotional consequences. There are also emotional consequences in those who are affected by the criminality of deepfakes, in the examples of creating fake pornography, which many women have been subjected to. It is, our sexual harassment laws are pretty lax in this country, but there's really no protection for like that being a crime in the context of disinformation. And even the idea of the laws around our rights to identity should be expanded to help cover that. But yeah, there are many ways in which this is an emotional issue. And I've been in so many of these rooms listening, and I go to a ton of Dekai's rooms, and I very rarely hear the emotional side of this. And also, I'll save my ideas on de-radicalization or counter-radicalization regarding therapeutic methods or other emotional triggers for your later room on de-radicalization, because I have a lot of thoughts and research on that. But it definitely plays a role in the solution. One of the many solutions that Nathan had mentioned, that it takes all the different iterations to combat this. And yeah, those are my thoughts. And I'm Heather, and I'm done speaking. Thank you.
When they had a question, did you were you saying that we don't need policy around this, or like we shouldn't, it shouldn't be a top priority for deepfakes?
I wasn't necessarily saying we don't need policy. I was saying that you need to be very careful. Like what Andrew touched on earlier was really important about it being all about money, especially in American Congress. Like I actually have a political background in campaigning in politics, and that's a whole other thing. But he had a really good point with that. So you need to be really careful. And what you guys are talking about, making that bridge between policymakers and the technologist. I think, Anton, I heard you earlier saying the technologists need to go to the policymakers. And that immediately set a red flag in me. Like, I'm like, no, you need a buffer. You need a buffer there. And I think some of the buffers can be like what Kavya was talking about earlier, philosophers, anthropologists, media theorists, people who have dealt with what happens when you use media to appeal to the masses, because that's basically what you're talking about. You're talking about these technologies that have been built that are being used to appeal to masses, and the disinformation, and you really want to deal with that. But at the same time, you don't want to alarm a bunch of old men in Congress that don't know what they're talking about, because you're alarmed because you know what it can do. What you want to do is collect enough data across the board, and it's more of an intersectional kind of aspect of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so I wanted to give a little example. So when I was in college, I was an electrical engineer major. My capstone project was actually when cell phones first came out. I was at University of Maryland, College Park. And I basically started a server in my dorm, and I started basically aggregating messages. I basically hacked Bluetooth and gathered a bunch of phone numbers and started throwing events with them. And I became one of the largest aggregator in the country for mobile messages. And my first concert ever show, I made a lot of money. And basically, I left school and I started pursuing this business. And then basically, I became more powerful than my local radio station. And I was just one guy, like versus a whole, Clear Channel, right, in my local area. And other kids started doing it, and other companies started doing it. And then basically, I was in DC doing this, downtown DC, and one of the guys, messaged some senator's daughter, and then it happened a couple times, and then these policies and these canned spam and in DC itself, they started shutting down. They started fining the carriers for these messages. Events were like one of the first things, and people's kids were getting messaged with these messages and their self. This is when text message was like 10 cents per message. Then it went down to 5 cents and unlimited. And what happened was that these acts came into place where the carriers can get fined like 10 grand, where a company's short code, which is a 6-digit number, can actually get shut down and fined because people's kids that were, politicians started getting messages like the GW kids that would be using the fake IDs to go into clubs and things like that. And the Georgetown kids and things like that. It became this huge thing in Washington, D.C. And essentially what drove to some policies being made and also carriers getting fined crazy amounts of numbers and short codes getting shut down. So like I seen that. I was a part of that thing, right? At first. So, I think deep fakes and the usage of that is way worse than cell phone messaging, and people used it to spread misinformation as well. That was an information warfare tactic. Like even promoters would use it to as a way to discredit other people. Even politicians use it for political campaigns and things like that, and it became highly regulated. Now AI monitors the text messages and will basically, your message won't even hit the network depending on what syntactically and semantically you have in the message. So that's an example of something being shut down or policy being surrounding it. One because of spam, email spam, but text message spam was a huge thing. It was a new technology relatively like 10 years ago. It was really expensive and people were paying for it, and the only people that could have really afford it were people who had more money than other people, because it was expensive to get these things. So, and now you can get fined, huge fines, like ridiculous fines for these types of messages. So, if you put that into context with what deep fakes can do, and this with information spreading, not through a text message now, but through a social media platform, right? I think the threat is even worse than spam, in my opinion.
Right, and I understand what you're saying. And a little bit of what I'm hearing there is that humanity has this inherent idea to just go ahead and do what they're going to do with the technology they have before there's data collected. And that kind of is what I heard you say. Like, you did this thing and it became more popular than your local radio station, but did you do the research to find out what the effects of that would be? Did you ask other people who had been in media before you, like, hey, what is this going to do if I do this? Are there theories surrounding this? And there's tons of media theory that talk about how things affect people. And I'm not talking about on an emotional level, I'm talking about behavioral effects. I think Daniel was talking a little bit about it when he was talking about he works in the advertising sector. Like, there's a lot of research surrounding how messages affect people's behaviors and what they might do with those. And pretty much what I'm saying is that needs to be in the creators, and companies will be better off if they self-regulate. If you do the due diligence of the research of what, and I'm not saying you have to go figure it out, but maybe reach out to people who can help you figure it out.
Yeah, I did do that. It was my capstone project. So I basically learned about communication channel, interpersonal communication, message distribution, low context, high context messaging format. Text messaging was relatively new. You only had 160 characters and you had to convey a message. So basically you had to
can I ask you what the theoretical framework was behind that thesis?
Theoretical framework behind the thesis. It was
right. You're saying you did the research to find out what. I mean, there
yeah.
should be a
I'm not
theoretical
trying to.
framework.
I was just a college student at the time working on my capstone project for when I was a senior for engineering school. So I had to present a project to my teacher. I'll just give an example of how the Can Spam Act and basically which is now like a law and an act where a person could get fined for malicious use of a cell phone. And if you purchase a short code using a regulatory body to purchase that 6-digit code where a message can be propagated through a cell phone channel, and there's no mandatory requirement for you to do the things that you mentioned before, a person can just get one and they can distribute information. Before it was regulated, nobody had to do that, right? So you could just do it, and that's the current state of deep fakes, right? But now, if you do those same actions, you can get punished and you can get fined, and there are laws associated with that. And if you do certain actions, you break the law. So now you have less of these things happening, right? So I'm just using that as an example how policy and law regarding something that we know is harmful, one, financially, and misinformation can be spread using these things. And even recently with Facebook ads, specifically policy related to political campaigns, you can't even advertise political things on Facebook Ad Manager. You have to actually go and get vetted before you could even propagate these type of messages through the platform. So I'm just saying with deepfake specifically, maybe that same type of stringency to vetting and to propagating the signal, there should be some type of like slap on the wrist, or maybe not even a slap on the wrist, maybe a hit with the bat. If I mean you're gonna deep fake somebody's daughter, because for me personally, the person doing it, they might meet a dad that's not gonna really, and the implications of these things could be pretty crazy, worse than somebody photoshopping something, right? So I think that's another side, the emotional side. But what about the guy who's a father whose daughter just got deep faked and he's about to go ape shit? That's the other side I think about as well.
Hey, if I may chime in, so I just I think you both are saying kind of the similar things, but Wendy is sort of orient this discussion to it having a human impact as well. And one of the things that I want to encourage everyone who has information on these similar frameworks, I'm working on something, so please hand me that research if you may. And previously we discussed, we need to be critical thinkers to spot the fake news, and we need to look at the sources. So I feel like from that thinking, we could capture some low-hanging fruits. But then we need to build these new tools and new rules. So technologists have a role to play. And then one thing I also want to point out, if you think that technologists are not reaching out to these politicians, let me tell you, they are day in, day out. They have lobbies set up that constantly call these people. More than a person like me could reach out. They have a lot of funding and money. So there's that fear too, that when they advise these people, and I'm saying they as in big tech corporations, they are only looking out for their own interest. And it is oftentimes laced with language that seems like they are trying to protect our interest, but it's not. I'll give you an example. There was a solicitation from Facebook to try to combat revenge porn. So they put out a petition for everyone to send their nudes to Facebook so they could potentially feed that and to their AI and their systems and identify more accurately what could be, basically mitigating the impact or proactively mitigating revenge porn on the platform. Very strangely, and how timely, there was another research that came out which entirely depended on such a data collection, which basically was all about gate data. Whereas, it was very much necessary data collection to accurately identify how a person moves and be able to recreate that person's sort of a movements in augmented reality space. The timing of it was so alarming to me that, and having worked at Facebook during 2016 presidential election time, done the third party security advisory there, I can almost 99% confidence tell you that that was something influenced with this kind of data exchange and that data collection. So the technologists are reaching out. The question is, what about the people who are ethical and unbiased? And I feel like I speak for those people, and I speak on behalf of these people. Oftentimes we are the ones, even though my organization is very small, but people like us need to get there, not just these technologists, because they're already there. They're sitting in some of these politicians' pockets, or politicians are sitting in their pockets, some of them. So this is alarming, to not understand an actual impact on the human being, even to the point that Facebook rolled out what they call the responsible innovation principles, which it says people first. And I contest to that, because people are not cattle like they treat us to be. I am a Muslim hijabi woman with my own set of problems and the response to technology if my identity is lost or whatever happens. And so African American people have their own sort of, identified issues. So they treat people first and they call it responsible. But I say, no, we have to challenge them while they are baking these kinds of tactics in there and hoping they'll get kudo points for being responsibly innovative. And then educate the policymakers, which is where the progress will be made. Oftentimes these discussions happen, and really the only times we have seen these big tech companies move is when there is a big bat, not just a tap on the wrist or a hammer, like a real 4% of their revenue. And now we see, oh, we will facilitate data deletion, oh, we will provide you right to be forgotten, but we'll do it only in the EU. So all these things could really have massive impact, smaller impact from a critical thinking perspective. But to Wendy's point, we got to be really careful when we say, oh, technologists need to work with the policymakers. Well, they already are, and they're doing these shady tactics to promote their own self-interests.
Did we lose George?
I think so. Yeah.
So I wasn't talking about like the rich.
Right, George is here.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about the guys who are like loaded technologists. Like for me, I'm a black guy, mathematician, computer scientist, from the hood, from poverty. I grew up with no running water, no toilet, and like I'm a technologist now. I represent the community that probably deep fakes or any other form of like AI ethics issue affects the most, right? So us being able to actually come and speak for ourselves,
But I have to trade you on that. You have to come to terms with the guys and gals, because I'm really going to petition for this issue now. So I would work with you, Anton, if you change your tone to guys and gals. I'm going to say this again and again, and until I start to hear from everybody, it's not just guys, it's guys and gals. I'm sorry, I'm getting everybody out of context, but it just really bothers me. And these are the kind of biases that go into algorithms, that go into our society, and everybody just normalizes the idea of it is all guys. It's not. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So what I was saying was that I'm not saying, okay, we look at these technologies, for example, AI, and how it's used disproportionately and how it affects people, right? And the people that are affected most by this rarely, even if you like, I used to at one point take pictures of the stage of who's talking about it, and it wouldn't be the people from that community. So like deep fakes as well, and how they're going to be used, if you think about it, where they could be impacted. For example, Cambridge Analytica, they did something in my country. I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. And they came in and they used artificial intelligence for a misinformation campaign, right? Where they basically got the black and the Indian people to basically go to tribal war with each other. And I'm mixed. I'm both. I'm half East Indian and half black. And what they did was that they had a campaign towards the Afro Caribbean people, telling them don't vote, right? In order to win the election for the prime minister of Trinidad, right? Who was an Indian lady. And basically the Indian lady won. And what happened was the country went into war where Indians and the blacks, the Rastas and the Muslims was in a gang war and were killing each other. Like I remember I went back home and we flew down. We couldn't even trust the taxi drivers because basically kids like me who were mixed and from America, I was born there, but we had to be scared for our life. And me and my brothers are Marines, so when we touched down, we were armed, like basically because we can get kidnapped. They kidnapped my cousin Raj Bisram. He was kidnapped. You can Google it. They kidnapped him, and we were able to find him because we had a tracker on his car. So misinformation was used to start a tribal war in my country, where my cousin was kidnapped, where there were attempts like to rob us and things like that. So that's an example of how bad just AI for misinformation can be for people from other countries and not from America. But we're here. I live here. So deep fakes to me is even a scarier technology. So on a global scale, I just think that right now we should start once again like creating policies and things to protect people all over the world because like I said, like my cousin was kidnapped. You can Google it. Raj Bisram, businessman, kidnapped in Trinidad. Like this is a real thing. This is my cousin. And I went to Trinidad. Like I have businesses there. And there were attempts to kidnap me. So like this is a real thing, So I just wanted to let people know that misinformation can basically start wars. And it did in my country where people like me, I'm mixed. I'm both East Indian and black. And both my sides of people are at war with each other, killing each other.
Yeah. No, Anton, you're 100% right. And then I definitely want to put a term out there. Right after my experience with Facebook, I wrote about this. I call this cyber political engineering. What you're talking about is, of course, it had an individual impact, but oftentimes you can use propaganda, misinformation. We call, from Russia's offensive perspective, active measures. But once you combine that with other cybersecurity threats, such as advanced persistent threats, malware that would just lurk around in systems and only be activated and then exfiltrate information at the specific time, and then combine those tactics. So I call this cyber political engineering, where your adversary, it doesn't necessarily have to be Russia, it could be internal actors that will put that information strategically out there, or weaponize misinformation to then activate a specific type of a outcome for big events too. And these big events, not just like political elections or just elections, but like what we see, I'm forgetting the year, but an entire country of Qatar was isolated because there was some misinformation that propagated on Al Jazeera, and then UAE took to it, not UAE, Saudi Arabia took to it, and they demanded 13 specific demands, including Al Jazeera to be completely banned and be abolished and stuff. It was just really crazy. And this was during the Trump administration time that happened. And it's just an example of cyber political engineering. And that includes this misinformation and weaponization using deepfake technologies and other active measures that can be, used. So it's just a term that I use to explain in sort of a layman terms what is the very outcome of all these combined technologies at a global level. Now we can influence very massive events And this is not new. When you bring down 30 years old dictatorship, this happened in 2011 using social media and media tools, internet tools. That is cyber political engineering. People do it, it's seen as revolution, and then the adversaries do it, it is exactly a war.
Hi, this is
Yes.
Suresh. I'm from
Sorry, go
Asia.
ahead.
This is Suresh. I'm from Asia, not America. The perspective is slightly different. If you look at the Asian context, we see that more of information freedom rather than a fed true narrative. So with social media, you're now seeing access to information, and it really depends on who's validating it. So if you look at from the US perspective, like in the recent elections, where Trump was able to capitalize a huge group of people and create an insurgence, media and information has a part to play. Whether you consider it as information warfare or propaganda, still goes back to the basic access of the kind of information that's fed to you, irrespective of whichever channel that you use. In the traditional way, we had newspapers, we had TV as your media, but today with the internet, access to information becomes much more relevant. So, for example, you have social media that's constantly throwing a lot of information at you, including deepfakes. So it's no longer simple, it's no longer easy. If you look at all the research done on the kind of information that a person absorbs, today we practically consume more information per day per capita as compared to any other time that we had lived in previously. So the access of information or the information overload that everyone is getting is coming to that point. Now back to Info-pocalypse and deepfakes. The problem is going to be there, and it continues to be there because anything that can be used will be abused. It has to come to a point where it becomes so great, someone has to take action against it. Like what Kavya put out just now, you have elections being manipulated, governments being manipulated based on the choice of information that's given. The big tech guys are constantly lobbying the governments. They are putting their first tab at how information, how deepfake, infopocalypse gets centered around. So, for example, if we look at the recent elections, how social media had a strong view on playing the sentiments of people and eventually leading up to an incident. Now, was deepfakes involved there? Probably. There were some videos that were mentioned to say that, yeah, this is most likely not true. But then that's also a convenient reason to say that if I put out a video and something wrong happens, I can say, hey, sorry guys, that's deepfake, that's not me. And you have plausible deniability completely on the other side of the fence. So it's information is now like a double-edged sword. It's how you use it and how you put it out that makes a difference into what creates a perception in an individual and the action taken from there. This is Suresh. I'm signing out. Thank you.
And just to point out, Anton, thank you so much for sharing your experience. And I completely understand your alarm. And like Kavya was saying, it is different in political spectrums across the world. You know, there are constantly instances in Ethiopia where social media has been weaponized against people, and it has resulted in many, many deaths. And even Myanmar is a good example. So, really, what I'm saying is, I think it's really important for us to be at the table together, for technologists, for anthropologists. If you look at Apandorai's anthropology theory when it relates to media, it's and globalization and how it affects people, and like what Kavya was talking about, different data being used to create AI for cultures that it shouldn't be used for. Like that's all really important. And as long as we're all sitting at the table together and speaking with these multidisciplinary people that understand little pieces of the puzzle, that we're all trying to put together. I just think that's really important. I just really wanted to thank you for sharing your experience.
Hi, everyone. This is Christine. So I've been listening, and I guess my thoughts to this, I think you need everyone on the spectrum from wherever they draw their strengths from. So, when I hear consensus building, tried out public policy myself as someone whose early stage venture capital used to funding used to funding founders that break things and actually piss off the policymakers to try to get them to take action on whatever it is and follow whatever direction. So with that, you need the consensus builders, you need the coalitions, you need the politicians and the policymakers and the nonprofits and everyone at the table, but you also need people who think like Anton and perhaps me and the folks I mentor who break things and put and I'm not saying hack, but break things and create a little bit more attention to hopefully accelerate the plan of action, because what used to really I tried out the public policy route when I was trying to invest in some impactful real estate years ago, and I realized the amount of pace of change that a group of us wanted to create was just not in line with the realities of how things work, and it wasn't a right or wrong. It's just totally different cultures. And what I realized in stepping back is you need both, and the speed at which change is happening in the sector. Again, mom of a 15-year-old listening from that ear and realizing you need something sooner than later. And when I hear about consensus building and policy, I just feel like it's going to take forever, and we're going to kind of, by that time the next election will come and we'll see the impacts of it. So I feel the sense of urgency, and I don't know what to do with it. So that's all. Just wanted to share my thoughts from the last 3 hours of listening. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't mean to hog this. I gotta go to bed soon, but Christine, I definitely agree with you. And with that, I took it into my own hands the best I could. So, like, in terms of what you guys were saying, like interdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, with technology, with GANs, with deep fakes, with AI in the future. So like with my kids, like very young, they started learning Mandarin. Why? Because for them to get cultured and learn different things. And also, a lot of the technology is going to be coming out of China with their AI developmental program, growth program for 2030. Like, and also just these kids that like us mathematicians, us computer scientists, for years and years and years, we were stuffed into buildings like Alan Turing, like all these different scientists that were just driven mad, just stuffed into the back of the NSA or whatever building, and basically like we taught like, oh, you can't be anything else but this specific thing. I think that whole institution and paradigm has to change as well, because you can be a mathematician, you can be a computer scientist, but you can also be cultured, and you can also have interdisciplinary characteristics associated with you. And I think that also has to be something that we push as well in the future, because um, that stereotype of the nerd or the math guy not being able to have these qualities, if we generalize that thought, it'll be a reality. So I think that we have to change that, right? And like myself, I'm trying my best like to do that with my children and all the people that I have around me, but basically changing that paradigm. And so that the new kid who becomes a mathematician or a computer scientist or AI engineer or whatever, is not just that. They're human. They understand. They have humility. They have compassion. They have understanding of other cultures. They're able to, you know, be empathetic towards people. And I think that's as important as having a room of collective people, but also being able to have that interpersonal communication dialogue to be able to understand cultures, low context, high context cultures, and basically communicate with people all across the world to come to some consensus of what is moral, what is ethical, and what standards that we should adhere to as human beings, because we have nuclear weapons, we have AI, we have Netflix using basically GANs, the same technology as deepfakes, to advertise to us, right? And that's where we're at with ads. Like they're using basically deepfake technology to advertise and make us buy even more, right? And they own this market share. Like this, if you looked at the studies on the size of shopping carts now and buying habits, they've changed drastically, right? Because of these technology, the same technology. So as we go into the future, I think that the people that have that understand these technologies, and if we want to talk interdisciplinary understanding, if you look at Charles Babbage and basically Adam Smith and Karl Marx, and when they talk about the industrialization of Europe and England and how it affected, and they had this theory about the bias in regards to that, and how it would create this division of labor, and how the people that do basically like start these industries will become the people who have the money. And then it became true, like Andrew Carnegie, Rockefeller, and all these people. So, and then you had some malicious people then, and cowboys and different things. So now it's a different world where the AI guys are going to come, and AI and automation, and they're going to become very powerful people. And if we do not create things and frameworks for this, and also the bad people are going to become very powerful bad people. So we have to keep that in perspective. So that's just my thoughts. I didn't mean to talk too much, but I'm very passionate about this. Like with my kids, I've dedicated my life to basically raising children that can actually change the world, hopefully. So that's just my 2 cents.
Happy birthday to your daughter, by the way. I read the profile, Anton.
Oh yeah, I've been posting her pictures all day. That's her. That's her in the future MIT freshman shirt, and she's not playing.
Can I add to this? Hi, this is Cyberlady, and I joined 2 hours later. Definitely not a deepfake expert here, and I don't have any comp sci background, but I did a lot of research on deepfakes, and wrote a paper, as well as created my own deepfake of my professor at Georgetown. And so I have a comment and I have a question to y'all. My comment is, first of all, I agree with George that technologists should go to lawmakers and educate them. And in fact, and I'm not talking about, I agree that we're not talking about big guys. We're talking about professors, researchers, experts in the field, right? People who are passionate about this technology. On June 13th of 2019, the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, they had a first hearing on deepfakes. And I watched that hearing. It was a 2-hour hearing. Professor Citron, she participated there too, and she wrote a paper, famous paper with Bob Chesney on deepfakes. I was shocked. Like usually you can find out from the questions asked how knowledgeable people are, right? And these lawmakers were asking questions. It was very upsetting, that lawmakers have such a little knowledge about such a widespread issue. That was one concerning fact. Another thing, what I liked about that, the way how technologists introduced, the issue. They showcased, I don't remember the journalist's name, but he literally called his mom using AI, deepfake voice, synthetic media, called his mom, and it was live, and his mom didn't recognize that. And then that's how they said, deepfake issue is very important, and this is how it works, and this is how it looks, and and educating those lawmakers. So anyway, in conclusion, when I was wrapping up my paper, and I can say I got an A, I wrote that, AI is an amazing AI is an amazing technology and has a lot of potential, right? So it's not as evil as we sometimes think about it, because it created so many opportunities. It's just the way, it's a tool, right? So my proposal to the solution was to educate public, to make the technology open sourced, available to anyone and everyone who wants to learn about it, write about it, publish papers, educate lawmakers. And also there are technological solutions to it. If AI created that, why not use AI to combat that issue, issue of deepfakes and spread of disinformation. Anyway, I could go on. I could go on for a long time. I'm very interested in this topic, and I'm really enjoying this discussion with you all guys. My question is, so in this paper, I don't know if you guys read it. I'm sure you did. Professor Citron, they offering a solution of deepfakes, and the solution would be the live log alibis. Pretty much creating a technology that would be recording, 24 hours, and those celebrities and famous people who usually fall victim of deepfakes, right? Politicians and influential people. And so what do you think about, I had my own argument about that, but I'd like to hear your opinion. What did you think about this live log alibi service is one of the possible solutions to a deepfake problem? Thank you.
Cyberlady, I don't have the subject matter expertise to answer the question, but I did want to mention that something you said even in the last session that we had resonated, where you did do a deep fake of your professor. And I would be interested in understanding what the reaction is, because as we wind down, I was half joking in the back channel and saying, and thinking to Anton's frustration, I was saying, maybe the solution is to actually do deep fakes of all these politicians we want to see in action, and that'll get them to react really quickly, or at least put it front and center. And again, half joking, and then maybe we can turn it into an NFT and sell it. I don't know, guys. That's just me.
My professor found it very entertaining. Everyone liked it. It was, it was a funny deepfake of my professor. But I agree with you. I think, we should make this tool available for everyone. So it's like, like exposure. It's like building your immune system, to disinformation and all this technology. I think ordinary citizens should have access and should know about this technologies, this kind of technologies exist. So then they make their own judgment when they're watching the next deepfake video, or like false information spreaded by Russians. So
I'm just imagining.
Yeah. And I'll tell you, like, all my technology skills are self-taught. I don't have any comp sci background. My first degree is in law. My second degree is in law, like from different country. And I literally spent about 2 weeks digging up some GitHub scripts in Python, and about $20, for software to make it look really good and realistic. And I'm telling you, it's someone who, just an ordinary person with no advanced programming skills. So it was so easy and it was so realistic. And that's why I'm saying that this should be available. They should be even like, I don't know, like even in law schools, in policy, like in schools, they should teach a class on disinformation and deepfakes. That's what I think.
But I think that's what's powerful. It's so simple. So again, half joking, but George, I'm imagining red line special team going into a congressional hearing with Kavya, Anton, and Cyberlady, and displaying, using the politicians as an example, like, hey, this is what we made of you. This is an example. I bet you would get them to act really quick.
Exactly.
Because nothing like
Totally.
seeing yourself.
You know who I'm banding together, Christine, is Katie. Who knows Katie?
Oh yeah,
she
Katie. We have to have
is
Katie.
the boss. She is my inspiration. So count me in, and plus count on it that I'll
George,
be
make it
there.
happen, George.
Oh,
Make it
hell
happen.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. So I would certainly be there because, some of these attempts that we're making to put into the laws may not actually succeed. At which point, when these laws do go into effect that impact human beings in a negative way, that's exactly what we need. We need to band together and show some activism because just because we are being invited to the table to talk doesn't mean they're going to listen to us and not listen to the lobbyists that are going to make some compelling petition and convince these people because they know the game better than we do, or they are somewhat influential more than we could possibly ever be. And in which case, earlier there was a point being made, we will fail. Yes, we have to factor that in and be ready to be there with the red line. And I think that's kind of where we're going with this when George says this is all going into some sort of a solution and policy and impactful actions that we will take. I'm encouraged to hear that we are willing to go as far as the activism and, not just leave it to chance, policy advice, whatever. No. This has got to be done correctly.
I mean, policy is great, but by the time you enforce the policy will get outdated, right? So technology is always way ahead of law. And that's why, I think we should have like multi-dimensional approach to this. And, yes, policies are important, but also like technological solutions could get to this faster to solve this problem.
And I just want to applaud you, Cyberlady. My goodness, I had to do a master's degree and study God knows how many certifications to be able to articulate things, and English is not my first language. So I don't know how you are self-taught. You are amazing with things that you
English
discuss
is my
with us.
fourth language, actually.
Holy shit. So
Yeah.
mad respect.
Thanks. Thank you.
Hi, somebody mentioned a technical paper with a proposed solution for deepfakes before, and I'm sorry I missed it, and I wanted to ask for reference to that.
Hey, Andrew. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Anton.
No, I was gonna say it's on George's Twitter. It was basically IEEE, like what they proposed, like was like state of the art, but I don't even think it's state of the art anymore. Is this thing is Andrew. I heard your opinion. I know about the I mentioned what you had mentioned previously. We've had this discussion before about encrypting stuff and things. I know you're very technical. That's why I brought you up. I know you have a lot of insight in regards to this. It was just some IEEE studies on it. It's on George's Twitter. I mean, I think me and you basically share the same sentiment on this particular subject.
I think I read that paper. Is it about the using biological, like pretty much like looking into the blood flow on the face? Is it the same thing? Is it
That was one, but
yeah.
that was the one before. So they have the eye retina one. They have the blink counter.
Yeah, eye retina,
Yeah,
exactly.
they have the retina one. They have the shadow one. There's a couple different techniques. This one, they have an open source tool that you can use to analyze. But once again, it's cat and mouse game.
Right.
I think that the real solution lies outside, trying to like GAN versus GAN. Like I think it's like chain of custody, and basically using AI to kind of predict where somebody would use this type of technology to be malicious. Like where's the most impact for a deep fake and misinformation, and then basically localize that, and then basically like kind of like fortify and protect those particular things, and then also chain of custody, maybe some embedded like encryption blockchain or something like that to kind of like track it versus like trying to do a GAN versus GAN battle, because essentially how the technology is made, it's designed for one thing to trick the other thing. That's how it learns and gets better and optimized, right? So it- either we break that system or we basically protect our important assets by some type of like mechanism, right? Localization, identifying like specific targets, and then basically some type of chain of custody for whatever data is being sent, and using AI to kind of like understand these things as well, and then like some type of like
forensic tool to analyze like some type of unique signature for that particular thing.
Yeah, there are programs like Deep Trace. They combine antivirus and spam filters to filter incoming media. So there is some technology being developed as we speak, but I don't know how sophisticated it is.
Yeah, I from the technical point of view, I would very much echo what Anton said. It's a cat and mouse game, and so while there exists very good possibilities to put verifiable provenance, along which comes chain of custody onto things. The big problem is going to be the massive amount of content, including lots of deep fakes, that will be floating around and watched by people, irrespective of the fact that it's not got the verified provenance, and that will create the same kind of misinformation dynamics that we're seeing today. And the fact is that kids today are already using deepfake tools all over the place. So in terms of an AI being able to predict where people will do deepfakes, an AI would probably end up identifying more than half the kids as sources of deepfakes. And so I think we need to address this a societal issue and not purely as a technological issue.
Well, Dekai, I think that's a great note to end on, as you so often deliver us those great pithy conclusions. So we spent about the last 4 hours talking about deepfakes and the Info-pocalypse. We went through a range of different topic areas, and I really just want to take an opportunity to thank everyone that came in throughout the discussion and those that carried it throughout. So Anton, thanks for sticking it out, especially on the day of your daughter's birthday. So thanks for that. Kavya, Christine, thank you so much for being here for those 3 hours and for giving us your opinion. And Dekai, Nathan, of course. Yen, I'm sorry we didn't get to bring you into the conversation. Would have been fascinated to get your opinion on some of these things. But the good thing about this is this conversation is not a one-off. This was the 16th kind of installation or episode of our information warfare working group. In fact, tomorrow we're going to have another installation. We've got a former member of the Federal Election Commission, Mrs. Ann Rabel. She's going to be discussing the risk to global elections posed by the current information environment. And Ann will be joined with Marcelo Peregrino, who is an attorney in Brazil. He was also an election monitor with Ann for the Bolsonaro election in the last series of polls in Brazil. And the two of them will be election monitoring officials in El Salvador this summer in June. So the conversation that we've taken, that we've had for the last several hours today, at a number of different points, we discussed either the effect on politics of this or the importance of politics policy in providing a solution to the impending info-pocalypse. Well, if our democratic systems can't work, and this is kind of why this becomes such a complex problem, if in fact information warfare and the complex information environment degrades our ability to make decisions as a society, to set the agenda and to decide what policies we want to institute, then our very ability to solve the problems as we see them is going to be degraded. So we're going to learn a little bit more about that tomorrow with Ann and Marcelo. Encourage everyone that joined us today to join us for that discussion. We'll start off with about 45 minutes to an hour of Ann and Marcelo kind of explaining what they see in the world and their concerns about securing global elections, not just on the information warfare side, but also on the technical cyber side, and also on just the basic corruption side of the electoral process in fledgling democracies. And then we'll open up for questions. We'll have a kind of robust Q&A with folks from the Red Line. It's certainly open to everyone in the audience as well to raise their hand. We'll bring you up one at a time to ask questions and engage with the two panelists tomorrow. For those of you that aren't yet members of the club, you can click on the green house at the top and follow the red line. If you'd like to become a member, please reach out to me. You can do that at twitter.com/the Red Line Club or at my Twitter, which is in my bio. So thanks everyone for joining us. I really appreciate the time you spent tonight and then every week when we discuss this. We are, as I kind of hinted earlier, we are moving towards a more kind of functional aspect to the Red Line Club. And so we'll do our first hackathon on May 1st. It will be in the information warfare area. We're going to scope it a little bit over the course of the next week. But the idea behind that is to give everyone an opportunity to take their ideas, put them down on a digital whiteboard, as it were, and work through how we would actually implement some of the solutions that we have arrived at. There's a tremendous amount of brain cycles that folks have devoted to these conversations, and we want to create a way in the Red Line for folks to present those so that we can represent them. And if we find ideas that truly that we think can be truly impactful, then we have a way. Do we have those captured, and we can take those forward to implement policy, to drive kind of investment, to get the kind of portions of society that need to be active on the solutions that we've developed. So thank you everyone for your time today. I'm in the Red Line. We're always free or open to suggested rooms. So reach out via DMs if you want to do that, and reach out via DMs if you have a recommended speaker or anyone that should be part of this conversation. We're always soliciting new allies and members of the club. So thank you all. I'll give everybody about 10 seconds to look around to their left and their right and follow the people that are in the audience with you. And then we'll go ahead and close this room down. But thanks again, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks,
George.
George.
Can I give a quick shout out to my boy Benny ENT down there from the entertainment world, big time promoter in Atlanta. I'm glad to see guys like that in these rooms learning about tech and stuff like that. That's my nighttime life. So shout out to you, Benny. I see you.
All right, everyone, have a great night, and thank you again to all the panelists for your time and for the insights that you offered. Talk to you later.